Um, I'll be introducing to you Surveyor Mrs. Damilola Grace Adebayo. Please, a wonderful round of applause as she comes. She's the MC of today. She's a very active member of Nigerian Institution of Surveyors with a strong commitment to ideas of professionalism and service upheld by the institution. She is a whiz, and she has been doing well. Please, a wonderful round of applause for her. Then likewise, we have our celebrity MC, Yomi Fashlanso. Is a Nigerian actor, director, and a producer. Please, please stand up for recognition. Please, a wonderful round of applause for him. Thank you so much. I'll hand over to her as we proceed on the program.
Thank you, our able publicity secretary. Good morning, everybody. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Compliments of the season. I'm seeing a few faces for the first time this year. You're all welcome, everyone. My name is Surveyor Damilola Adebayo, and I'm going to be your MC for today. While we expect the rest of us, we would like to commence this occasion because the time is fast spent. So we'll be starting with the opening prayer, and that will be on the second page of the brochure. We'll be reciting the national anthem as our opening prayer. Please let's respectfully stand up for the opening prayer. Let's rise, please. So we'll take our national anthem, the first stanza, and then the opening prayer will be the second stanza. Page 2 of the brochure, please. Our opening prayer would be the second stanza of the national anthem. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign, in peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain, to hand on to our children a banner without stain. Amen. Let's be seated, please. Thank you, everyone. So welcome again, everybody, and on behalf of the chairman of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Lagos State, and the entire planning committee of the 21st Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture, I would like to warmly welcome everyone to this edition, and as usual, it promises to be an engaging one, an exciting one for us all. Okay. At this time, I'll be inviting someone we all know, but we only usually see him on our TV screens. We only usually see him on our TV screens. Like we know, during our Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture, we usually have not just an in-house MC, but we also have a celebrity MC with us. So please, if your hands are not too busy, with a round of applause, let us welcome Yomi Fashlanso, popularly known as Yomi Fash. Please, a round of applause, please. You're welcome, sir. Yes. So when he came earlier, he almost intimidated me with his Yoruba because I was speaking English. He said, mi kimba omo Yoruba sọ̀rọ̀ ní èdè Gẹ̀ẹ́sì, but we'll be fine. All right, so I'll be reading his profile shortly. Yomi Fashlanso is a Nigerian actor, a director and producer born on June 7th in Lagos State, Nigeria. He's known for his versatility in acting, mostly in Yoruba language films, with over 100 films to his credit. His early life and education. Yomi earned a degree in business administration from the prestigious University of Lagos before becoming an actor. Before becoming an actor, he worked as a banking officer. His career highlights. He was nominated for Africa Movie Academy Award for Best Actor in a Supporting Role for Omo Elesho in 2014. Elemosho, I beg your pardon, in 2014. He won Best Actor in a Supporting Role at NEA Awards US for Omo Elesho. He featured in popular films like Dazzling Mirage, Professor Jumbo, and Citation. He plays Anthony Adeleke in the TV series Wura in 2023. He's a director of the Afro Heritage Broadcasting Entertainment Awards. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Yomi Fash, please. Thank you. His notable works. For those who have seen a couple of his movies, I'm sure these movies will not be strange to you. He featured in the movie Omolade in 1995 as Akintunde. He featured in Ashe Oro in 1996 as Shegun, and in Twisted Connection in 1999. In 1998, he featured in the movie The Flirt. He featured in Jumbo in 2003 as Lekon, and Omo Elemosho as Dr. Femi in 2012. He featured in Dazzling Mirage in 2014 as Lanre, Professor Jumbo in 2016 as Olaniyi Olaiton. He featured in Citation in 2020 as Lucian Legal Rep. And finally, he featured in the movie Wura, which is a 2023 TV series as Anthony Adeleke. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause for our one and only Yomi Fash Lanso. You're most welcome, sir.
Thank you so much.
I can see that you worked previously in the bank.
You know, to say you're Yoruba, the mehe is not really fluent.
Yeah,
The title is Ashe Oro.
Ashe Kini.
Ashe Oro.
Ashe
Not
Oro.
Ashe.
Okay.
You can see that.
Ashe Oro.
And my daddy there corrected you.
Omo
Elemosho. No, Omo Elesho. Omo Elesho ko. Omo Jiduku Soko ni. And by the way, Jiduku Soko, my great uncle, was my director and producer on the film that I featured in 1995, Omolade, my first major film. Because I came into the industry in 1995, and I did my first major film, the lead role in 1995, Omolade, which shot me to limelight. And ever since then, Yomi Fash Lanso has been here. He's not coming down, he's just soaring higher every day. And thanks to my dad's here, my mom's here, my sisters, my aunts, my uncles here, my sisters, my junior ones, and my brothers. Because without your support, where can we be? If you're not watching, what can we make? So because you're watching our films, our productions, our projects, that is why we keep churning out more and more and more. And I say this again, on behalf of all my colleagues, my producers, my directors, my actors, all my colleagues, I say thank you so much once again. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So, Mama,
Sir.
you will come for coaching or language. It's very important.
And not just language. I really want to be an actress.
What,
I've been looking
so what to leave surveying now?
No, I can do it side by side.
It can't
I've
work.
always loved
It can't work. Seriously, it's 100% or nothing. Because you take your time. Your time, very
Sir,
important.
Have you met me? I can multitask.
I'm meeting you for the first time, and I think I love what I'm saying.
Okay, sir.
Because
Then
I know a guy is taking care of you very
you should
well.
know I can do the two.
You can do the two.
Yes.
All right, great. A round of applause for her, please. Please.
Thank you.
If you have a woman that says that she can take the two, I mean, be a surveyor and be an actor simultaneously, then a round of applause for you too, please, Mama.
Thank you, sir.
You're good.
All right. So at this time, we'll be inviting some special people to the high table. Everyone is special and we welcome you all, but would like a few people to come to the high table right about now. And the first person we'll be calling is our Tier Robert Chairman.
Tear-rubber.
Yes.
Brand new.
Yes, brand new.
Brand new.
Yes.
Ochara.
Ochara. Cha-cha.
Chassis.
Yes.
All right.
So the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors Chairman, Lagos State Branch, in the person of Surveyor Chief Adedeji O. Olanrewaju, FNIS.
Yes.
Also known as Mogaji. You're welcome, sir. It's good to have you, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
Yes.
When I grew up, I want to be like you. Clean shaven.
Please, a round of applause for him.
Clean shaven. With a panache for dress sciences. Come. Wait, madam, wait first. Wait. May they see now. Clear road, I beg. Clear road. I may they see this man from behind. Clear road like this. Look at him now. See my chairman now.
That's our chairman.
Is he not presentable? Is he not loving? Is he not articulate?
Yes, he is.
Round of applause for him, please. Join me. Thank you, ma. Okay.
Okay. All right. So, can you lead our chairman to his seat, please?
Touch him now.
No.
Go close to him now. Touch him. Abba. How they run? She's afraid.
All right. So the second person we would like to call on the high table is our mama, Mrs. Kukoyi, popularly known as Mama Afro. A round of applause for our mama, please.
Mama,
it's so good to have you with us today. We love you. And one special thing about her is that she's actually the founder of Surveyors Wives Association, SWAN. So a round of applause for our mama, please.
Mama, Olúwadá mama sí fún wa. 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 You're so lovely, Mom.
You're welcome, Mama.
I want to be blessed like you. At this kind of age, still vibrant, with vigor. She can still dance,
Yes.
I love her.
So the next person...
I said I love her.
Yeah, she loves you.
Are you
too.
jealous?
I'm not jealous. I love Mama too now.
I love Mama first.
I love Mama more.
I love her first.
I love her second.
Oh, okay, you are second. Good. I'm still the
So
first.
that peace
I'm
can
still the
reign.
first. Uh-huh.
Yes. Okay, so the next person we would like to call on stage is Mama Kukoyi's son-in-law. Someone who has stood by her all these years. He's not a strange face to us here. He usually attends this event, and we are happy to have him here again with us in the person of, he's not around, yes. So when he comes, we are going to introduce him. All right, the next person we'll be calling is the NIS president, who is ably represented. So the NIS president, Surveyor Chief Pius Chukwemeka Eze, FNIS, is ably represented by his deputy, Surveyor Kunle Ogunbadewa, FNIS. A round of applause for him, please.
Surveyor Kunle.
Okay, he's not here with us. When he comes, we'll introduce him. Thank you. Okay. All right, so the next person we want to call up on the high table, there's something very interesting about this person, and I'm going to be referencing Surveyor Folakemi Odunewu from the 19th, from the 19th Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial. Okay. She said something at the 19th Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture. She said, and I quote, "The person I'm about to call to the high table, there are two categories of surveyors in Nigeria. This person either taught you or taught the person that taught you. And presently, there might be a third category, and that is he taught the person that taught the person that taught you." I'm very sure
it's a long chain.
Yes,
it's a long chain.
So I'm very sure we know the person that I'm talking about. This person is a past president in the person of Emeritus Surveyor Professor Venerable Francis Fajemirokun, FNIS, PPNIS. Please, let's keep the round of applause going. It's not easy.
Let it be louder now, please. Let it be louder. Thank you. Let it be louder.
And his beautiful wife is here with him. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes up stage. You're most welcome, sir. It's good to have you here.
Keep it going, please.
I love you, Adire Daddy. You're looking beautiful. No, you're looking handsome. Mommy is looking beautiful. You're welcome, sir. Mommy, you're welcome as well.
That's my father there.
Your father, dear.
Yes.
Okay. You're welcome. Please, a round of applause for them.
That's my mom there too.
You're welcome, Mommy.
So now you know my mom and my father.
You're welcome, sir.
You can see the resemblance.
Yes, I can.
Check it out now.
I can see the white hair.
The resemblance.
Okay.
Look at my parents. Wait, now calm down. Look at my parents. Elegant, sweet,
Yes.
superb,
Yes.
blessed,
Yes.
graceful.
Yes.
You know, everything is there. Eshongoni sir. Epe fún wa. Eshongoni ma. Epe fún wa. All right.
Thank you. All right. So the next person we'll be calling up stage is the acting surveyor general. I hope he's around. In the person of Surveyor Olalekan Odupe. A round of applause for our acting surveyor general, please. A round of applause for him.
Is he around?
Is he here? Okay.
Okay.
So when he comes, we introduce him. Okay. The next person we'll be calling is our guest lecturer who is going to be taking us on a very crucial topic today. He is a professor in public sector economics from the prestigious University of Lagos. He's an expert in tax theory and tax policy. And I'm very sure we're going to enjoy his presence with us today. Let's welcome Mr. Isaac Chii Nwaogwugwu, PhD. A round of applause for him, please. Our guest lecturer.
Oh, our guy is here.
You're welcome.
Our guy
sir.
is here. See, when I tell you that I have great parents, great
You know
uncles,
everybody, sir.
I tell you now, Ogami, let her know now
You're welcome, sir.
that you are my uncle. Actually, you should not know.
I hope you know his name, sir.
Of course now.
Nwaogwugwu.
Yes, now.
Okay.
My name ends with Nwaogwugwu.
Okay, I understand.
Now you know.
The father that fathered your father is his
Oh,
uncle's brother.
chop it.
Okay. All right. So I was going to say something when I was introducing our guest lecturer. I was going to say he's from the best institution in Nigeria, but I remember that my institution is actually, my alma mater is the best institution in Nigeria.
Name it.
No. I don't want
Name
to cause
it.
trouble, so let me not. I'll just leave you to your
Name
imagination. I will not. I will not. Now my mama soup sweet pass. Now my mama fine pass. So my institution is the best in Nigeria. All right. So the next person we are going to be inviting up stage is the vice chairman of the board of fellows who is going to be representing the body of fellows today in the person of Surveyor Olukayode Afolabi Sholesi, FNIS. A round of applause for him, please. Okay, he's not here. Once he comes, we introduce him. Board of fellows, yes. Okay. So once he comes, thank you for that correction. Oh, he's around. Fantastic. Okay. He came in at the right time.
Yes, so that is what Yoruba will say. Tabak pori kene kan ase kene kan mi fẹ́ sọ tó pọ̀ ìṣọmọ Yorùbá.
Money.
Èmi.
Eso.
Èmi.
If it's short for you, eso. Okay, a round of applause for him, please.
You're most welcome, sir.
Okay. So we'll be welcoming our vice chairman to the high table. He's the vice chairman of the board of fellows. Okay, the deputy president is also here. Okay, so I'll be calling the deputy president, who is representing the NIS president, Surveyor Chief Pius Chukwuemeka Eze, FNIS. Our deputy president, Surveyor Kunle Ogumbadewa, FNIS. Please come up to the high table.
To the high table.
You're welcome, sir. I love your agbada. You're looking so good,
No,
sir.
no, you don't understand this kind of agbada, this kind of design.
What happened
Now
to
we
design?
dey get time.
Hey.
Seriously, now we dey get time. Now me and my oga going up. Now we dey get time. We dey run now.
You're welcome, sir. I thought you would say it's your brother or your father.
No, that's my uncle.
Okay.
One of my uncles. Yes. If you want that kind of design, contact me.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll be inviting on the high table the Vice Chairman of the Board of Fellows in the person of Surveyor Olukayode Afolabi Sholesi, FNIS. A round of applause for him, please.
What today?
Your uncle is looking good today.
No, seriously. A round of applause for him, please. Please, enjoy.
You're welcome, sir.
Enjoy. See, step in. See. With the agbada,
yes,
see, step in. Now, so with the drone arm. You get it?
I get it.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So at this point, we'll be going over to recognition.
Is there recognition?
Recognition. So we'll be recognizing a set of people here today. And I would like you to know that Lagos State is blessed with a lot of past presidents. Yes.
See, you want to know something?
Okay.
I'm a Lagosian. So I know what we churn out in Lagos State.
Okay.
In all areas of and every sector in Lagos State to be champion.
Okay.
Forget it.
Yes. So
Let's
you're
roll.
going to be meeting our past presidents
Yes.
today, very special people.
Great.
So the very first person I would like to call on stage, I would like to introduce rather, he's already on the high table, in the person of Surveyor Professor Venerable Francis Fajamiroko. A round of applause for him. You're welcome, Daddy. I would also like to recognize another past president in our midst, Surveyor Reverend Bosun Ayinde, FNIS, PPNIS. You're welcome, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
I beg your pardon. I don't know if I omitted FNIS for Baba, but it's very important.
No, there's something that this song, Baba. Ikú ò ní pa ó fàjẹmírókun. Àrùn ò ní ṣe ó fàjẹmírókun. Ó lè mọ̀.
Mo mọ̀.
Ó lè mọ̀.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Our daddy is a past president, so you can see his long FNIS, PPNIS, OAN, Koizi.
That's my
so
dad
it must
now.
not be
That's
omitted.
my dad
Very
now.
important.
I know our song.
So the next person I would like to recognize, another past president, in the person of Surveyor Chief Anthony Ike Ashiofu, FNIS, PPNIS.
Where's Oga?
Oh yes, he's here. You're welcome,
great.
Daddy.
You're welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir.
All right. I've been told that Surveyor Reverend Bosun Ayinde, FNIS, PPNIS, his beautiful wife is here with us. Mommy, please, can you stand and wave?
Where's Mama?
Oh, you're welcome, Mommy. You're welcome.
You're welcome, ma.
See Mommy now. You're looking beautiful, Mommy.
How you doing, my mom?
You're most welcome.
I missed you, Mom. You missed me too? Let me give you a hug, Mom. Because I miss you. I miss you so much, Mom.
Jora.
Mommy
looks like
Mama,
me. Oh,
see that. That's a kiss.
Mommy even gave
That's
you
a kiss there.
Mommy gave you a peck. I'm jealous.
That's a kiss, not
Mommy,
a peck.
I'll collect my own.
Ojo.
I'll collect my own.
Ojo. I can hug her. Just hug. Mama, why now?
Mommy. Okay. So the next person would like to recognize another past president in our midst, in the person of Surveyor Dr. Olushola Atilola, FNIS, PPNIS.
Atilola.
Okay, you're welcome, sir.
Atilola.
You're welcome, sir. You're looking so good. Atilola.
Atiniola.
Okay, Atilola.
Atiniola.
Okay.
You're welcome, sir.
I've started my pupillage already. Okay. I would also like to recognize the person of Surveyor Akinloye Olufemi Oyegbola, this person, FNIS, PPNIS, PPAPBN, FNAI. You're welcome, sir.
You're most welcome, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
No wonder, Moshe Wole, I saw you and we gelled. Something clicked.
Kilo click.
Something clicked. Unknown to them.
Okay.
Then they see us, but they don't know us. But now we know ourselves. That's my daddy there.
You're welcome, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so I would like to recognize another past president and the person of Surveyor Dr. Reverend David Kayode Oluwamotemi, FNIS, PPNIS. You're welcome, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
I overheard my daddy there
daddy.
asking, how many father does this guy have? I hear.
You reached to ask now.
I hear. See, uncle, Emma Gbagbele. So that we can do our own inventory when we get home. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, daddy. All right. Would like to recognize past chairmen in our midst. So amongst the past chairmen, we have past presidents who have also been chairmen in the past. So the first person I would like to recognize is Surveyor Dr. Olushola Atilola, FNIS, PPNIS, past president, past chairman. You're welcome, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
The next is Surveyor M.O. Kazim, FNIS. Is he here with us? Okay, he's not here.
Okay.
Okay. So before we continue recognizing our past chairman, I've been told that Mama's son-in-law is here, someone we've been expecting, someone who has always stood by Mama all the years. We are going to be calling Mama's son-in-law in the person of architect Aderemi Adesinyo. A round of applause for him, please.
Adesinyo.
You're welcome, sir.
What is he?
You did not
What
know
is
it.
he?
You did not know it.
Me.
You
don't even know you.
both of us now.
He is a kind of ileke.
I know now.
Ileke.
That's what I wanted to say.
No, okay, how many types of ileke do we have in Yoruba land?
Opo.
Iyun.
Enyu.
Let's continue.
All right. So back to recognition, I'd like to recognize a past chairman in the person of Surveyor D.K. Oluwamotemi, FNIS, PPNIS, past president, past chairman. A round of applause for him, please. Yes, that's your uncle.
That's my uncle.
All right. So next up, we'd like to recognize Surveyor Sunday B. Saidi, FNIS. A round of applause for him, please. In his absence, a round of applause for him.
Okay.
Would also like to recognize Surveyor Olu Kayode Afolabi Sholesi, FNIS. A round of applause for him, please. Okay, he's on the high table, yes. You're welcome, Daddy. Would also like to recognize Surveyor T.O.H. Elias, FNIS. A round of applause for him, please. These are our fellows, please. They deserve a huge round of applause. Yes. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. Okay. Would also like to recognize another past chairman in the person of Surveyor Benga Alara, FNIS. A round of applause for him, please. You're welcome, Daddy.
Morire Alara Gbaida. Won't now. Alara Morire Alara Gbaida. Idera wole to I might know.
You're welcome, sir. So the next person I would like to recognize is Surveyor Adeleke A. Adeshua, FNIS. A round of applause for him, please. Adeshino.
Didn't get his correct spelling here.
Okay, Adeleke Adeshino. I beg your pardon.
It's not our fault this time around. It's the error.
Okay, Surveyor Adeleke Adeshino, FNIS. A round of applause for him, please. All right.
Just coming in. Oh, all on boy.
Thank God you didn't hear me calling me wrongly.
You're most welcome, sir.
Emma Vinu, sir. You're
But
most welcome, sir.
you're most welcome.
All right, you're welcome, sir. The next person would like to recognize. This person is the immediate past chairman.
Immediate.
Our tear-rubber past chairman.
Immediate.
Yes. Right. In the person of Surveyor Olukolade A. Kazim, FNIS. A round of applause. Olukolade, I beg your pardon. Surveyor Olukolade A. Kazim, FNIS. A round of applause for him, please.
Is he around?
No, he's not.
Okay, not yet. Okay.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. At this moment, I would allow my mentor, who is going to be training me very soon, taking me on Yoruba training, Abina.
All right, quick one. Before we go further, let me just seize this opportunity to once again welcome us all to this epoch event. On behalf of Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Lagos State Branch, I say you're welcome. It's a beautiful morning, and for me, when I'm in an environment where we have man and woman, it charge me, because that's what makes this world go round, negative and positive. Man cannot do it alone, woman cannot do it alone. And that's why we have here me, I'm a delectable, wonderful, presentable, loving woman beside me. Mrs., you're most welcome. I know now. I say you're most welcome. Okay. Don't worry. I know you don't marry. All right. So we go to the. Okay.
Okay. You pardon me. I'm supposed to do one frog jump for this omission. So before we go to the NIS chairman's welcome address, we would like to recognize very special people in our midst, our elders. We have lots of fellows in our midst.
Very, very important.
Our elders.
Very important.
Our elders, Ed Jowo, Emma Binu. I would like to respectfully request that they all stand so that we can see their beautiful and handsome faces and recognize them, please. A round of applause for our fellows as they stand. Ekabo,
the elders' wisdom, knowledge, understanding.
A round of applause for them.
Makes this world go round.
You're welcome, sirs and
makes our society to be positive, and it shapes the lives of our children. That is why we can't do without them.
We can't do without
them. We cannot. Any society, any gathering that says Tagbalagba Bawoni, they are doomed already. And that's a fact.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much once again. So we now go to Chairman's welcome address as Nigerian Institution of Okay, yes, I got it. So giving us the welcome address will be Surveyor Chief Adedeji O. Olanrewaju.
That's our tear-rubber chairman.
FNIS.
Yes, a round of applause, please.
Chairman. Please come to the podium, please. Thank you so much. Please keep clapping, please. He's our chairman. Keep clapping, please. For our chairman, amiable, wonderful, charismatic, presentable, visionary, goal-getter, chairman.
He's always looking good, though.
I tell you now, that's my brother from the same family. Lineage, same. Alai.
Ibadan.
Alai.
Ibadan Nundo.
Yeah, now we are together.
Same lineage.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. It's still morning. When I saw my daddy here looking at his wristwatch, I know that we are still in the morning. Well, I want to say that this is my first official outing as the 16th chairman of Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Lagos State Branch. And I would like you to turn to page 13 on our book here there. That is welcome address by the chairman of Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, NIS Lagos State Branch, Surveyor Chief Adedeji Owolabi Olarewaju, FNIS, at the 21st Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture, organized by the branch at the Responsible Leaders Concept Hall, formerly known as Ostra Hall, Ostra Close, off Otumba Jobifele Way, Alausa, Ikeja, on Wednesday, 21st January 2026. The President, Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Surveyor Chief PC Eze, FNIS, ably represented by our Deputy President, Surveyor Adekunle Kukoyi, FNIS. The guest lecturer, Professor Chii, Nwaogwugwu, PhD, the past president of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, seated here today, distinguished fellows of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Acting Surveyor General of Lagos State, Surveyor Dupe Olaleko, chairpersons of sister branches of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, the chairman of Association of Private Practicing Surveyors of Nigeria, Lagos State Branch, the state coordinator, Women in Surveying, the state coordinator, Young Surveyors Network, representatives of sister professional bodies, members of Adekunle Kukoyi family. Mommy. Members of Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, our beautiful wives, members of Surveyors Wives Association of Nigeria, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen of the press. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all once again to another edition of our annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture. This year's edition makes it the 21st edition, and we hope the lecture series will go on for much longer. Late Surveyor Adekunle Kukoyi remains an enduring icon within the surveying profession and beyond. His legacy in professional excellence and public service continues to serve as a benchmark for many of us gathered here today. He served meritoriously as the president of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors from 1973 to 1978. He was the pioneer president of the Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria, that is APBN, and later became the president of the Nigerian Institute of Management between 1991 and 1994. He served as a director on board of so many companies and institutions, and of course, the country as a sport administrator. His contributions also extended to community service engagements organized by the Rotary Club. Over the years, the Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture has addressed critical issues shaping our society, including leadership, good governance, integrity, and socio-economic development. I sincerely appreciate our past lecturers and all participants whose contributions have sustained the relevance and prestige of this annual lecture. It is therefore with great pleasure that I introduce our guest lecturer of today, Professor Chii Nwaogwugwu, PhD, Professor of Public Sector Economics at the University of Lagos, and a renowned expert in tax theory and tax policy. Professor Chii Nwaogwugwu will be delivering a lecture titled Nigeria Under the Grip of Tax Reform, exploring the politics, economics, and geospatial dimension of the acts. This is timely and highly relevant topic, and I'm confident we will all benefit immensely from insights. Once again, I encourage all to listen attentively, engage meaningfully, and draw valuable lessons from today's lecture. Thank you, and God bless you, Surveyor Chief Adedeji Nwaogwugwu, FNIS Chairman, Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Lagos State Branch. Thank you.
Thank you, Amibu Chairman. Thank you for that wonderful welcome address. So at this moment, we'll be recognizing a few people. I'd like to recognize the delegate from Ogun State. Please stand up and wave to us. Let's see you. Yes, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Ogun State.
You're welcome. A round of applause for them. Let's not be tired of
please.
clapping.
Please. I know our hands are not too busy. Thank you.
You're no longer from Lagos.
Huh?
You're no longer from Lagos.
No, now Ogun State, Lagos State. Now I won't bother we share now.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So we'll be recognizing, just like we have Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, we have some other bodies, you know. Yes, so we have the women in surveying, we have them like that. So,
I said it earlier now.
Yes.
Negative and positive.
Yes,
when you
exactly.
have a woman, must have a man.
Exactly.
Yes, can't do it
so
alone.
we'd like to recognize the women in surveying amongst us. Please stand up and wave to us. Our wonderful sisters and mommies.
You're
Please
most
stand up.
welcome,
Let's see our
ma'am.
beautiful faces.
You're most welcome, ma'am.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
You're most welcome.
Yes.
Look at them.
Brainies and adventurers.
You know.
Yes.
You're welcome.
We would like to recognize
my sisters.
Your sisters. Bawo.
Yes. They're all my sisters.
Okay, I agree.
Yes.
So we'd like to recognize the Young Surveyors Network. The Young Surveyors amongst us, YSN. Please, let's see us.
Young Surveyors
if we are
Network.
Here. Young Surveyors.
Are we here?
Yes, we are here.
Just two of us. Just
We
three
are
of us.
here.
1, 2, 3, 4.
A round of applause for them.
1,
please.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I think they are shy.
So
That's why
no, we are not shy. We are here.
Okay.
Yes, we are.
You're
just
welcome.
yes.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
So would like to recognize delegates from, okay, we've recognized them. So teachers and students of the Methodist Girls High School, they are here with us. Please, let's see your beautiful faces.
Oh, okay, Methodist High School.
Looking beautiful. You're
How is
welcome.
around Sabo area now?
I love the uniform.
Yaba. Abi?
You're welcome.
Yaba. Hey, I know your school now. Why would they do a pattern around that? We come to your school often, but sit.
You're
We're talking
welcome.
about 20-something years history now, so don't worry. So you don't know about it.
We would also like
Don't let me
to
spill it here. Recognize who?
our Unilag. So students and lecturers from Unilag, please, let's see us. The prestigious University of Lagos.
Where
A round
now?
of
Where
applause
now?
for
Where
them,
now?
please.
Students now, lecturers now. Where are we now? Where are we?
They are on their way.
We are here.
We are here.
We are
they
here.
Are there.
We are here.
Everywhere.
We are everywhere. You
Yes. A round of
Chop
applause
it.
for them, please.
I dey feel you.
Okay.
Thank you for coming. Sit, please.
So I'd like to recognize the representative of the chairman of NIESV, ESV Ayodeji Adeleye. A round of applause for him, please. You're welcome, sir.
Oh, you're most welcome,
You're
sir.
welcome to our midst.
I love the way he's dressed.
Yes, me too. He looks good.
Blue on blue.
Yes.
Superb. I see you.
Okay. So would like to call somebody to take the profile of the late surveyor Adekunle Kukoyi, FNIS, PPNIS. He's the reason we are here today.
But before we call Nwaogwugwu,
Okay.
I was listening to the chairman's welcome address, and I picked something, which is a trending topic now in Nigeria.
Yeah.
This tax thing, now wahala.
I know.
Now wahala.
I know.
If I pay money into an account or into my account and say you want to remove them, wahala go shell because I go add this money is for ice cream. Don't touch. This money is for. I go put is for coffin. I want to say I want to remove money for coffin. This money is for coffin.
That will work.
50 million naira is for coffin.
And then if there's somebody who has looked for your trouble in the past, you want to send them money, you just write salary so that they will remove.
No, I will not put salary for
Oh,
where.
wait.
I just put this money is accrued salary from our date and back. So they go back, it's called remove.
They go
remove.
come out everything.
Ah. How good. All right, thank you so much.
All right. So the person who is going to be taking the profile of late surveyor Adekunle Kukoyi, FNIS, PPNIS. Late surveyor Adekunle Kukoyi is the reason we are here today.
Oh, great.
So the person who is going to be taking his profile, if you see him, you will not know, what he carries. But this person, even a Gen Z cannot intimidate him.
Seriously?
He's a tech-savvy surveyor.
Oh.
I would like to call him the Wole Soyinka of surveying.
Oh.
Once he puts his thoughts into writing like this, full of wisdom, if you see him, you know that, yes.
Let's see.
So in the person of surveyor Olumide Vincent Adewebi, FNIS, a round of applause for him, please.
Oh, shit.
A round of applause for him.
Oh, shit. Omoba. See. My G. My G. Chop it, chop it.
You did not disappoint me. You know you both cannot be your brother.
You're most welcome.
Yeah, I'm a very big fan, Fashlan.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Mama Kukoyi, Mama Afro. If I don't say this now, I might not have an opportunity. I didn't say it all the years when I was MC. People normally say that, Mama says that when she comes back, she's going to marry a surveyor. Mama, I want to put it to you. It will not be that easy for you to marry Baba Kukoyi again, no. Because I'm Akbo. There will be so many of us chasing you. Because if it is true that behind every successful man there is a woman, I'm sure everybody will want a Mama Kukoyi in his corner. Thank you very much, man. Having said that, distinguished guests, respected elders and past presidents present, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is with deep respect and gratitude that I present the profile of our dearly departed sage and past president, a professional surveyor and leader whose life and service left an enduring mark on our institution, our branch, and our profession. The profile of late Surveyor Oludotun Adekunle Kukoyi, FNIS, PPNIS. Adekunle Kukoyi was the third son of his schoolmaster, Pa Samuel Adekoya, and Joanna Gbemisola Kukoyi. He was born on the 23rd of January 1929 at Ijebu-Ode in Ogun State of Nigeria. He had his early education at Wasimi African Bethel School, Ijebu-Ode, between 1937 and 1941, under the headmastership of his own father. His secondary school education was at the famous Ijebu-Ode Grammar School between 1942 and 1947, followed immediately in January 1948 by his tertiary education at the University College Ibadan and London, respectively. He was a foundation student of the University College Ibadan and a university scholar. He graduated with BSc Special Degree in Mathematics in 1952. As a scholar of the University College Ibadan, Adekunle Kukoyi excelled in academic performance and had the opportunity to further studies at Oxford University. He declined the offer because he wanted to prove a point. The image of the Nigerian surveyor was projected best at the level of graduates than that of a technician, which was what the colonial masters at the time wanted. He later qualified in London as a surveyor and mapmaker in 1954. He worked as a staff of the Western region of Nigeria from October 1954 to May 1959, after which he went into private professional practice, setting up the firm of land surveyors called Adekunle Kukoyi and Partners. He simultaneously served as a consultant to Ikeja Town Planning Authority, now defunct, from 1960 to 1964. In the year 1968, Adekunle Kukoyi was appointed surveyor to the Lagos Executive Development Board. Back then it was called LEDB, also now defunct, a position he relinquished in 1969. During this period, he was tipped to be the first Surveyor General of Lagos State, a position he did not accept because of his personal commitment to the development of the surveying profession and its practice in the private sector. In the field of surveying, Adekunle Kukoyi attained the following. He was the Secretary General, the longest serving Secretary General of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, holding that office from the year 1960 up to the year 1973. He was a fellow of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors in 1967. Like past President Boso Ide will say, if you want to clap, clap. He was a fellow of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors in 1967. He was the Vice President, Commonwealth Association for Surveying and Land Economy, CASO, between 1969 and 1973. He was the chairman for African CASO, as it was called then. Today it's called the president for the African region of CASO. And he was also the president of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors between 1973 and 1978. He was a member of the Surveyors Licensing Board of Nigeria between 1973 and 1977. He was the permanent delegate of Nigeria to the International Federation of Surveyors, FIG, between the years 1968 and 1980. He was the first honorary fellow of the Nigerian Cartographic Association, and that was in 1968. He was the first president and founding president of the Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria. He was the first merit award winner of this branch, the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Lagos State, and this was in 1998. Adekunle Kukoyi was a man of varied interests and experiences. He served the nation as a sports administrator. He was the chairman of the Nigerian Hockey Association from 1973 to 1982, a member of the National Sports Commission from 1966 to 1982, during which he also served as a member of the Nigerian Olympic Committee. In the business scene, Adekunle Kukoyi served as the director of the Nigerian Industrial Development Bank, NIDB, representing the interest of the Central Bank of Nigeria from 1971 to 1975. From 1976 to 1980, he was chairman board of directors of the West African Distillers Company of Nigeria. Surveyor Adekunle Kukoyi continued to serve the nation through various other institutions. He was the honorary life vice president of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, holding the office of deputy treasurer between 1982 and 1984, chairman of the professional practice group between 1980 and 1985. Also, Surveyor Adekunle Kukoyi joined the Nigerian Institute of Management in 1975 and was elected a fellow of that body in 1984. He served in various committees of its governing council from 1979 and rose to become the 9th president and chairman of council in 1991 to 1994. If you want to clap, please clap. Surveyor Adekunle Kukoyi was conferred with the Nigerian Institution of Management Life Membership Award in 1999. If you have ever had the pleasure of visiting the office of the president of the Nigerian Institution of Management, and you happen to mention you are a surveyor, you will see how their countenance will change. And if you look up, you will see Baba's picture properly placed in a pristine condition there. It shows how much they revere him. Adekunle Kukoyi was the national president of the Alumni Association of the University of Ibadan between 1983 and 1987. A member of the Master Plan Committee of the Ogun State University. He served as an external member of the Board of Studies, the Faculty of Engineering, University of Lagos, 1978 to 1984. He was the only non-accountant member of the Nigerian Accounting Standard Board established by the Institution of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN, 1983 to 1985. Adekunle Kukoyi was very active in the community and social scene. He joined the International Service Organization, Rotary, in 1967, becoming a club president for Ilupeju between 1983 and 84 Rotary year, and becoming the Rotary District Governor, District 1910, in 1991 to 92 Rotary year. Adekunle Kukoyi believed that the only lasting legacy that one can bestow is education. And because of this, he has encouraged so many by several endowments he made to various institutions of higher learning. So Adekunle Kukoyi in 1949, whilst at the University College of Ibadan, met Miss Essie F.I. Smith, then a student teacher at the United Missionary College, Ibadan. A relationship developed which culminated in holy wedlock on the 11th of April, 1955. So Adekunle Kukoyi was blessed with 6 children: Busola, Shegun, Desola, also known as Dotun, Laide, Yinka, and Jumoke. Though a strict disciplinarian, he loved his children, ensuring that they were well brought up. He not only cared for his immediate family, but also reached out to his extended family and beyond. In his latter years, his grandchildren were a great source of delight, bringing him joy and happiness. In spite of his illness, towards the end, he had an even closer walk with Christ until his departure to be with the Lord in the early hours of the 10th of January, 2002, barely 2 weeks to his 73rd birthday, on the 23rd of January 2002. So Adekunle Kukoyi was a principled man of great integrity and commitment. He was humble, honest, and honorable. He lived a fulfilled and contented life. I think it is only proper and fitting that at this point we all rise for a minute's silence for our late sage and the man we honor today. We thank God for the life and legacy of the one we fondly remember today. And may perpetual light shine upon him, and may his soul rest in perfect peace.
Amen.
Please have your seats. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, guests, that was the profile of our departed Adekunle Kukoyi. We thank God for a life well lived, and most of all, for the legacy we continue to celebrate. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my brother, for that beautiful, beautiful, beautiful profile rendition of our father, I wish Baba is still alive today, you know, to witness this kind of a thing, him being celebrated, you know, being appreciated, whilst he listens to this beautiful profile. I miss him. I miss Papa. Yes, I miss him. You will not know what I'm talking about. Don't worry. You are not there, so you will not know. Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you so much, my brother. All right, we go on.
We want to introduce to the high table.
Okay, okay.
Somebody that we've introduced before, but he walked in shortly. You're very welcome, sir. I would like to introduce to the high table the Acting Surveyor General of Lagos State, in the person of Surveyor Olalekan Odupe.
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 Yes. Epe Omo Alaro.
You're very welcome,
Omo
sir.
Ogumodede. Epe Loni Kurani. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, that's man Jeja nìyẹn. Have you been there before?
Yeah, exactly.
Epe.
Of course now.
Where is Epe?
Momo Epe now.
Mi ò jiyàn. Where is Epe located?
Epe is like almost out of Lagos.
Almost out of Lagos. Where? To which side? Left or right?
That side.
That side.
You're most welcome.
Don't worry. These days I'll make sure we host you in Epe.
No problem.
Courtesy me and my brother. Yes, yes.
I would like to introduce or recognize rather. She's one of us, but she's actually very special. We always appreciate her presence in our midst. She's the NIS Secretary General. She's the person I referenced the other time. When I said he taught the person that taught the person that taught the person.
That's a quote.
Yes.
Great.
So we'd like to recognize Surveyor Folakemi Odunewu. A round of applause for her, please. See how beautiful she's looking.
You're welcome.
You're welcome, ma.
That's my friend. Way back, way back.
Okay,
You can
way
ask
back.
her now, way
Oh,
back.
okay.
My friend, we're like this.
Yeah, I know.
You're welcome. You're welcome. All right. Well, like this.
So we'd also like to recognize the CITN president in the person of Mr. Innocent Omagwa, FCTI, who is ably represented here by Mr. Kunle Farinde, FCTI. A round of applause for him,
Oh, you're
please.
welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
See, I always, when I see men with good dress sense, man fire. Look at them, him in blue and him in ox blood. Look at the combination.
Yeah.
And look at my father here too, in brown chocolate. See the cap. Look at my father there too. See, forget now, men.
Then they dress.
Men, we can dress.
I know.
Live story.
I know.
Live story. See. Look at blue.
Yes, sir.
Sky blue.
Our
navy.
daddy in Agbada.
Forget it.
Looking good.
You're looking good too.
Yeah.
On behalf of the women here, yes, she's looking good, right?
Thank you. Thank you.
I have applause for her again.
Courtesy of you men. Courtesy of you men.
This compliment that you give, and you go pay. You go pay.
As far as I'm not paying in dollars.
Call Oga now. Oga must
Yeah,
carry
he's-
money
he's-
come.
he's
You go
capable.
pay.
He's capable.
Great.
So we're taking our goodwill message.
Oh, okay. To give our good message, we'll be calling on Surveyor Olalekan Odupe,
Your brother from Ekpe.
my brother from Ekpe, acting Surveyor General. Come here, sir. You don't know what I'm seeing. You're not saying.
I'm not seeing it.
We have great men in the house today,
Of course.
and great women too. Look at Oga. Toto. This is what the Italians will call toto completo. Toto complete, as in everything they complement. Yes, you're most welcome. Oga, why this man? I want to give me money.
No, you are funny.
Oh, I'm funny.
Yes, sir.
For stating the obvious.
That's the truth.
Thank you.
But
Thank you.
I know you. I don't know you as a comedian.
Oh.
But today I know you are a very good comedian.
I'm just learning.
No, you are good at it.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon. On the high table, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on the well-established protocol. I'm sorry for coming late. It's not in my character, but something happened this morning. I don't want to share it. It's better not shared. If not, I may start crying again. But we thank God, I still managed to make it. Yeah. Let me just read my good message. It is a distinct honor and privilege to deliver this goodwill message and to set the agenda of this cerebral gathering in my capacity as the Acting Surveyor General of Lagos State at the year 2026 annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture. This gathering had consistently over the years served as a veritable platform established to preserve the legacy of a remarkable thinker, public intellectual, and advocate of sound governance and national development. It is a matter of fact, devoid of any contradiction, to recall with all nostalgia that Surveyor Adekunle Kukoyi of blessed memory was in his days renowned for his clarity of thought, intellectual courage, and unwavering belief in strong institutions, accountable leadership, and informed public discourse. His lifelong commitment to engaging critical national issues through knowledge dialogue and policy advocacy make this lecture series both relevant and necessary in today's Nigeria. It is interesting to note the significance of this year's annual discourse being of geospatial dimension and its linkage of the concept of taxation and land administration. In a mixed economy of a status of the Nigerian nationhood, where land and real estate is premium, particularly at the wake of a new tax regime. Therefore, it's no better time to focus on the discourse around accurate identification, valuation, and mapping of properties, which are germane to arriving on effective and equitable tax regime, which is zeroing on property tax, consequently, a robust geospatial infrastructure, in this instance, utilizing modern surveying, mapping, and geographic information system, GIS, becomes imperative and non-negotiable in the expansion of tax base, ensuring transparency and tackling the challenges of informal settlement and poor data quality that often plague our conventional tax collection efforts. Worthy of mention is the fact that the international mixed breeding of politics, economics, and geospatial science into this year's discourse is a deliberate and powerful reminder of the fact that holistic and sustainable development requires an interdisciplinary approach. I am therefore confident, more than anything else, of the fact that deliberations here today will yield innovative and actionable recommendations that will inform policy and strengthen the nation's tax reform initiatives. As the acting Surveyor General of Lagos State, I reaffirm the commitment of my office to supporting governance reforms through reliable geospatial infrastructure and professional excellence. The Office of the State Surveyor General is resolute in advancing data-driven solutions and support, facilitates and enhances fiscal sustainability, urban development, and national growth. I wholeheartedly commend the foresight of the organizers of this cerebral and thought-provoking national relevant discourse for sustaining this age-long intellectual tradition and for selecting a germane theme that speaks directly to Nigerians' present realities and future aspirations. I'm not hesitant to express my confidence that the deliberations from this summit will generate insight and perspectives that informs policy, deepens collaboration, and contribute meaningfully to the ongoing national reform agenda. I wish the annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture every success and trust that it will continue to honor its legacy by inspiring thoughtful dialogue and purposeful action. Thank you all for coming. I wish you all a fruitful deliberation.
Thank you. Thank you for that beautiful, beautiful speech. Thank you so much, Ogami. Thank you. We stand with you. We stand with you. Oh, thank you. We stand with you. We stand with you. Keep being strong, eh? A strong man. We stand with you. One thing I observed is that when you are in the midst of professionals, you will see that these are professionals. Look at us here. Professional surveyors. Everywhere just they calm, quiet. They go easy, easy. Come my family meeting. Ìpàdé mọ̀lẹ́bí, we are not more than 10. Bá ṣe mú jagun, la máa sọ pé kí bàbá Balógun ní sùúrù, la máa ní kí ìyá Mẹ́ṣọ̀ dákẹ́. No decorum. But look at, I'm happy once again to be in the midst of professional people. Thank you so much for having me here, for having us here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ẹ má wá sípàdé wa o. Ní dúró. Ní dúró. All right, we go on. And
we would like to recognize some people
okay, great. Okay.
that are here with us. The NIS rep for Ogun State would like to recognize you, would like to see your face. Please, if you're here. Ogun State, sorry, Oyo State, I beg your pardon. Oyo State, yes.
Oyo Malafi,
can we see your faces? Can you rise? You're welcome. A round of applause for them.
You're most
please.
welcome. Oyo Jinsi.
Did you see the red cap?
Don't worry, we are multilingual in Oyo State. Yes.
You're most welcome.
I know history. I know history.
Would also like to recognize the APPSN chairman, who is unavoidably absent. He just might join us before the event is over. In the person of Surveyor Afolabi Olaoluwa O FNIS, who is ably represented by his vice, Surveyor Olugbenga Adams. Would like to see your face, sir. Surveyor Adams.
If you are here.
You're welcome. Please, a round of applause for him.
Oh,
That's
there.
him, yes.
Why now? Why are you there? With the kind of dressing, why are you there?
He's always on low key. Please tell him to come forward. Tell him to come forward.
You are shy.
We want to see his face.
Why are you shy? Why are you not shaggy? Oga, come forward. I bet we'll see you. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Look at
Say
him
round
now.
of applause for
How
him,
can this
please.
kind of man be shy? Look at.
He's shy.
Kilo Shelle now. Thank God my mama is not here.
You're welcome, sir.
Sit. I thank God my mama is not here. She could only ask me, son, who is that? Who is that lovely chap? Mama Adake. All right.
All right. So, would like to recognize the NIS executives.
Oh, great.
You know, these executives, they are fresh on board, but they've been doing marvelously well. So please, the NIS executives here, please rise up, let's see you, let's thank you, let's give you a round of applause for the wonderful work you do. Please, the NIS executives, please stand and wave.
NIS executives. Oh.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for them, please. Let's not get tired of clapping.
We're there. Now we be
You're welcome, sir. I see you. You're welcome. You're welcome.
We are doing well. We are doing well.
Yes,
so
they are doing
give it to us.
marvelously
Yes.
well. They are doing marvelously
Yes,
well.
thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. So we move on.
Good deal.
And before we move on, I tell my family people there also. Now that thing where I talk, now joke, that expose about family. Olori Ebi, joke ni o. Eshegoni, thank you. All right, goodwill message still. This will be of Pa Dr. Michael Omolayole, and which will be ably delivered by Surveyor Prince Abiodun S. Adegoke, FNIS.
He's also the chairman of the planning committee. Please, a round of applause for him.
There is no way I will not come and join you people. There is no way, no way. Sir, look at him again. Come here before you talk. Come, just stand. Ogami, come first now, come. What now? While you are making this money, I'm coming, we'll make the money together. Kai, waiting. Wait, don't worry. You say what? Don't worry, leave that one. Brain day. You're most welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, good afternoon, our dear fellows and dear members. This is a goodwill message from Dr. Michael Omolayole, FNIM, CNIM. Actually, Baba called and said he would have loved to be here with us today, but because of his age and inability to really walk around, that's why he won't be able to come. But he sent a message which I'm going to read to the hearing of every one of us. And I also want to bring into us that Papa Omolayole actually was the first guest lecturer of this lecture series. And he writes, the President, Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Lagos State Branch, my dear Chairman of NIS Lagos State, on the occasion of the 21st annual lecture of NIS Lagos State, in honor of Surveyor Adekunle Kukoyi of blessed memories, I salute you, appreciate you, and rejoice with you for keeping the flag flying and for continuing to project the good memories of Surveyor Adekunle Kukoyi. He did marvelous things for the profession of surveying and touched the lives of many Nigerians in other professions. He was a great man in life and in death. Of course, he quotes, to live in the heart of loved ones is never to die. End of quote. I remember too well that I was the guest speaker of the first lecture in the year 2006. 2006. And I attended every lecture for the next 10 years. Since then, the challenges of very old age have made it difficult for me to be there with you every year physically. However, you can be rest assured that I am with you in spirit. I wish you a wonderfully successful day, and I pray that your association will grow from strength to strength. I must not forget to rejoice with members of the Adekunle Kukoyi present. In particular, the matriarch Afro Ese Kukoyi, who herself is in her 90s. Yours sincerely, Dr. Michael Omolayole. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that beautiful rendition. Eshongoni, I really represent. A bit in me. But I don't know I'm sorry. Honest confession now. I know in a few minutes now, our hands will be busy and our mouth will be struggling to chew and to bite. But as we do that, let's still be here, paying attention and be part of this wonderful program. Thank you all. Thank you. Where's my missus?
She's coming.
Who called you without me knowing? Oh, okay. All right, sir.
That's my chairman. So, we would like to know, but we'll find out that information later.
Okay, all right.
The age of Dr. Michael Omolayo. But we'll get that information because it's crucial. Okay, he's still here. Surveyor Adegoke, your attention is needed, please, sir.
Please come.
So our chairman wants to know, because the house wants to know, how old is Pa?
Adegoke. Michael Omolayole.
Yes, how old is he?
98.
Go
Wow.
easy. A round of applause for our papa.
Wow.
Our daddy, you've been 98.
Wow.
That's fantastic.
98. I pity my
Can you
generation.
imagine how you will look when you're 90?
No, it's not even about that. It's about I pity my generation and those coming behind. 98. Hardly will you find now. It's okay. Let's continue. I just pray that protection and guidance and everything will be upon us all.
Amen.
Amen.
So,
Humbly, The way we run our lives now, we and our younger ones.
And the food we eat.
Oble from December 1st to January 1st, Oble non-stop. It is well.
At this time, we would like to take our lecture, but before then, would invite the person who is going to take the citation of our guest lecturer. So this aspect of the event is a very important reason why we are here. So I would crave our indulgence to be very attentive and still while we go into this segment. So the person to take the citation of the guest lecturer is no other but Dr. Emmanuel Benga Ayodele. A round of applause for him, please.
A round of applause, please. Okay. Akabo Zili Agbara. You're most welcome.
Okay. So before we take the citation, I've been told that the special advisor who we've been expecting is here in our midst today. So I would like to recognize, is even walking in, the person of Surveyor Ayokunu Adeshino, FNIS. A round of applause for him, please.
You're most welcome, sir.
You're welcome, sir. He always has this smile on his face. You can't even...
Now we the runner.
He always has this particular smile.
That's how we run
our
our things.
You're welcome, sir. It's good to have you here
welcome,
with us.
sir.
You're welcome. Let's take the citation.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you. No, this one. Thank you. Yeah, standing on the assisting protocol, I'm honored to read the citation of our guest lecturer, Professor Isaac Shawalom Nwaogwugwu. At this junction, I want to request humbly that our guest lecturer should stand while I read the citation. Professor Isaac Shawalom Nwaogwugwu is a public sector economist who has also worked extensively in the field of financial and monetary economics. He is a public intellectual, fiscal federalist, tax theorist, tax policy analyst, and a humanist. He was born into the Nwaogwugwu clan of Obowu, Omokiri in the old Aba division of Eastern Region, currently in Obingwa, local government of Abia State, on the 3rd of March, 1962. He commenced his early education at local authority primary school, Umumei, in 1967, a move that was immediately interrupted by the Nigerian Civil War, and he had to wait, like every other child, in the Eastern region then, until 1970, when the war ended. The 9-year-old boy re-enrolled at Omokiri Community Primary School in 1971 and obtained his first school leaving certificate in 1976. He proceeded to St. Ephraim Secondary, Owerri in the old Imo State for his secondary education. He finished in 1981. Professor Nwaogwugwu thereafter, while working as a clerical officer at Bolos Enterprises, Ogba, wrote and passed Vice General Certificate of Education Advanced Level Examination in Economics, Literature in English, and Christian Religious Studies in 1982. Professor Nwaogwugwu proceeded to India in July 1983, where he was admitted in GTB Khalsa College of the Jabalpur University, which was later changed to Rani Durgavati University, Jabalpur, to study commerce with economics and accounting as major subject. Is this not a triple major? Thank you very much. He graduated with first class in 1986 and was the first foreign student to achieve that feat in that college. Thank you. In the same year, 1986, he joined the prestigious MS University of Baroda in the state of Gujarat, Western India, for his rigorous 2-year full-time Master of Art degree program in economics, which he finished not just with a first class, but as the best graduating student of his set in 1988. Thank you. The outstanding performance of Professor Isaac Nwaogwugwu at the bachelor's and master's levels, along with his highly rated PhD proposal attracted funding from 3 different agencies of the government of India: the India Council of Social Science Research, ICSSR, India Council of Cultural Relations, ICCR, and University Grant Commission of India, UGC, as a regular doctoral research fellow. He was awarded the research degree of Doctor of Philosophy in Economics of the MS University of Baroda in 1999, making him the first African and second foreigner to obtain that degree from that citadel of learning. Thank you for appreciating our guest lecturer. After his return to Nigeria in September 1999, Professor Isaac Nwaogwugwu embarked on the mandatory 1-year National Youth Service Corps NYSC program. This is after PhD. This is commendable. He did his primary assignment at the Department of Economics of the University of Lagos, where he was appointed a faculty member and lecturer grade level 2 in year 2000, and rose through the ranks to become professor of public sector, financial and monetary economics in 2022. Over the years, Professor Nwaogwugwu served the University of Lagos in different academic and administrative positions at the departmental, faculty, and university levels. He single-handedly developed the Bachelor of Science degree in Economics for the Distance Learning Institute of the University of Lagos, as well as the Master of Science degree in Budgeting and Public Financial Management. He was also part of the team that developed and floated the Bachelor of Science degree in Taxation and the Executive Masters in Taxation at the University of Lagos. Professor Nwaogwugwu has published over 70 highly rated articles, policy papers, policy briefs, reports, and monographs in national and international outlets. He has also successfully supervised 9 PhD theses. If you understand this, you will clap for our guest lecturer. And over 500 bachelor's and master's research projects. Professor Nwaogwugwu has consulted widely for many organizations, including United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, UNECA, the World Bank, Federal Government of Nigeria, Central Bank of Nigeria, Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, National Institute for Sport, Nigerian Communication Commission, and Lagos State Government. He was a member of the technical committee that did the groundwork for the enactment of the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which led to the establishment of the Fiscal Responsibility Commission in 2007. He was appointed the resident economist to the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, and he developed a model to increase the share of the manufacturing sector of the Nigeria's gross domestic products, GPA, possibly to 15% in 2014. How I wish we can have such continual increase. Thank you. Professor Nwaogwugwu was the team lead for the federal government assignment on rebranding of the Nigerian Institute of Sport, Surulere, Lagos. He is also the former chief consultant of the Corporate Advisors Limited, a private sector outfit that specializes in economics, business, management, and financial consulting services. In 2014, he and 2 of his colleagues, Professor Abiona Sonny, SAN, and Professor Julius Otusoya, FCA, founded Tax Academics Association of Nigeria, the body that enabled the design and floating of tax programs at the University of Lagos. In 2019, he also founded the Fiscal and Financial Economic Society of Nigeria, a professional body that aims at deepening academics and professional knowledge base in public finance, monetary economics, and financial economics. I think we can appreciate our guest lecturer. Thank you very much. In 2022, Professor Nwaogwugwu and his team won a research grant to study the nature and impact of local taxes and user charges in southwestern geopolitical zone of Nigeria. Professor Nwaogwugwu was a student activist. He is also a trade unionist and remains highly committed to community development. He was the president of Nigerian Student Association at the University of Jabalpur, India, between 1984 and 1986, as well as the leader of the Nigerian community in New Delhi between 1996 and 1999. He has also been actively involved with the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, at different levels and in different capacities since 2010. Resource person to ASU National, 2016 to 2020, and treasurer, ASU University of Lagos branch, from March 2025 to date. Professor Nwaogwugwu has been participating in the organization and leadership of some town unions in Lagos State and have been privileged to serve them at the top leadership positions at different points in time. He also funded the social network group, Broadmind Mutual Welfare Association in 2019, and occupies the position of chairman of board of trustees of the group. Professor Nwaogwugwu has participated in many national and international workshops and conferences, and has also published widely in national and international journals. He is married to Mrs. Susan Nwaogwugwu, and they have 3 children, Shimdi, Jashim, and Shisara. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, on behalf of our chairman, Lagos State, Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Surveyor Chief Adebayo O. Olarewaju, FINS. Welcome our guest lecturer. Thank you very much.
The chairman of NIS Lagos branch. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. However, I must also say that I appreciate your invitation, especially for making it possible for me today to see Professor Faji Morocco, whom I have not seen for the past 10 years. So, Prof, it's a pleasure seeing you here again today. Yes, like the acting surveyor said, when he was delivering his goodwill message, we are to explore different dimensions of a topical issue, a burning issue, the issue of taxation, which has actually generated a lot of interests, including controversies all over the country. I must say that I feel a bit orphaned today because in the last 4 to 6 weeks, I have discussed this issue in one forum or the other. And in 2 of them, I had my friends whose names were mentioned here. Professor Abiola Soni, SAN, who is an expert in commercial law and expert in tax laws. And also Professor Tusaya, who is an expert in tax accounting and tax administration. Together, 2 of us have been trying to discuss this issue from different perspectives so that people can really understand what it takes. In the other occasion where I had to discuss the issue, I had discussants who also helped to really add flavor to the issue. But when the MCs introduced me, there was no mention of a discussant. So by implication, that means that I'm alone here today. And that's really challenging because I know that questions will come from all aspects, of the topic. However, we try as much as possible to do justice to it. The organizers, thank you very much for finding me suitable for this wonderful program today. When the citation of Adekunle was actually read, I was like, wow. He was really a very tall person. And indeed, I feel privileged to be here to deliver this lecture. Tax has many dimensions. One of them is what we're going to see today. We will also actually dive into some other aspect of it. We have areas that deal with tax theory, areas that deal with tax policy, areas that deal with tax administration, and then, of course, the legal aspect of it. I'm a tax theorist. I'm a tax policy expert. And by implication also, I'm deeply involved with different aspects of taxation. Permit me, please, to begin by looking at the issues that actually come before the tax policy itself. Tax policy didn't fall from the blue. It came as a result of one thing or the other, which the government has been doing, rightly or wrongly, over the years. So we are going to look at some of them. But let me basically say that tax matters are part of governance issues. You cannot talk of governance without talking of taxation. It's not possible. So taxes are integral parts of governance. But governance itself, we say, is an art. Okay? Only artists to be able to actually deal with governance properly. But when those who are not artists are in the business of governance, there's every likelihood that you will have issues here and there, one way or the other. It is also a science. Governance is a science. And being a science, it simply means that those who are in charge have to try as much as possible to be objective in whatever they are doing. If you're not objective in business of governance, there is every possibility that we are going to make mistakes, a lot of mistakes. And therefore, you need to combine the art aspect of governance with the scientific approach of it for you to have good results. And that is simply so because you are dealing with the people, the business of governance centers around individuals, around the people themselves. In fact, the first law of governance, if there is anything like that, is the business of securing the lives of the citizens and their properties. Any government that is not actually addressing that issue is making a serious mistake somewhere. So we therefore say that it is better for those who are in charge of administration, in charge of governance, to understand what they are actually dealing with. So, like I said earlier on, governance is actually an embodiment of risks, a lot of it. Once a risk is made, then there is a crisis. So it is a business that has to be taken seriously. Let me also say that, just like I said briefly earlier, the new tax policy is actually within the purview of whatever the government does, because we're dealing with taxes, revenue, expenditure, and you cannot govern a state without revenue. And therefore, taxes are very, very important. But one question that we have to ask here is, in coming up with this tax policy, what will the government say is the rationale? What's the rationale for the new tax policy? Do we have extant laws that deal with taxation in Nigeria? And the answer is yes, we have. So what is wrong with those taxes? I mean, those policies that we have in place? Has something gone wrong so soon that we just needed to put something now? Because I remember precisely in 2012, we actually had this new tax policy also. And that tax policy was quite comprehensive. So do we need another one so soon? I don't know whether that had actually been looked into. What about the stakeholders, those who will pay the taxes? Were they really consulted? What about the tax collectors themselves, the institutions that are in charge of tax collection? Were they consulted? Did the government actually carry out a research to find out the fiscal capacity of the people, the ability to pay taxes? Was such a study carried out? Those who are going to pay the taxes, whether they are individuals, whether they are corporate bodies, whether they are goods, whether they are services, is that capacity there to pay the kind of taxes we see in place? So that also is a big question that should have been examined. And then, of course, we say, yes, that without addressing those issues properly, maybe a mistake would have been made somewhere. But I cannot say for sure whether the government asked those questions and addressed those issues. So for us to have a better understanding of what we have in place, I have structured this paper so that we can look at the macroeconomic issues. Yeah, that's slide 6. Macroeconomic issues, the tax reform in a historical perspective, trend of public revenue and expenditure variables in Nigeria, Nigeria's fiscal policy regimes, fiscal rules and behavior of fiscal variables in Nigeria, Nigeria's new tax policy. We'll now enter that. I will just run through those other ones. Now, on the macroeconomic reforms in Nigeria, over the years, I would say that, policies generally are driven by fiscal policies or monetary policies. And if you're talking of fiscal policies, you're talking about the fisc, which has to do with revenue and expenditure. And certainly, the finance ministry and those agencies around it deal with that. And that is also where the new tax policy actually come in. When you talk about monetary policies, we said that's the business of central bank. And therefore, the finance ministry has nothing to do with that. So monetary policy, it has to do with money, demand for money, supply for money. And then, of course, how money influences the price level of goods and services in our economy. So that is the business of central bank and not that of the finance ministry. So we said that over the years, actually, we have had a lot of instability in our macroeconomy. And when this instability actually comes up, what the government does is to try and do one reform or the other. But whether these reforms are in the good or rather best interest of the country is a different thing altogether. You take, for instance, in 1986, we had the structural adjustment program. And then, of course, in 2004, we also had the National Economic Empowerment and Development Strategies, that's NEEDS. And then, of course, in 2023, we had the petroleum subsidy removal and the foreign exchange rate unification. Okay. And these are just the major ones. Along the line, we have had several other policies, okay, which governments use to touch the economy one way or the other. So we've been having cycle of policy responses, okay? And interestingly, oftentimes than not, they try to address the public debt crisis of the country. Nigeria has been having issue of borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. And then, of course, the government will always try to respond to those kind of things. And oftentimes, it is policies that target the macroeconomy. So the government tries to correct the structural problems. Those problems that create problems, you know, problems create problems. And sometimes problems create mega problems. So in the process of responding to such problems, government ends up creating much more bigger problems. So we therefore discover that government will tell us that these policies are basically structured to correct those crises we are having. They want to diversify economy so that we'll be able to rely on other sectors and not just the oil sector, because the oil sector actually has been dominating our economic activities for many years. Government will say they want to create jobs, contain unemployment. Government will say that it wants to increase income, and especially through the non-oil sector, taxes coming here. And then, of course, government will always try to tell us that they want to enhance the welfare of the citizenry. Yeah, so in other words, these reforms are targeting on the economy to make sure that things work properly. However, these policies actually have ended up producing hardship, sometimes untold hardship. Okay, and this untold hardship more or less has assumed the nature of a permanent posture of the economy. Prices will rise, they hardly fall. Unemployment will increase, it hardly goes down. One crisis after the other, in spite of the reforms we've been having. So that simply means that along the line, something magical had to happen. But the major thing, which I must have to mention, is that these policies have ended up destroying the middle class in Nigeria. The middle class has been destroyed. Our policies over the years since 1986 has ended up destroying the middle class. I can tell you that in Nigeria of today, you're either rich or you're poor. That's the two classes we have in Nigeria today. We have the rich class and we have the poor class. Yes, I agree. Many of us will always try to, yeah, give ourselves that mental state of satisfaction that we're in the middle class. I have my own house, I have my own car, I'm training my children in school. Okay, I'm able to afford 3 square meters per day, and therefore I'm a middle class. You feel good. Not just psychological satisfaction. I say so because you measure the middle class by the capacity of that class to resist any economic shock. If, for instance, inflation rises to 30%, 40%, 50%, are you going to start selling your assets, your shares, your stock, your car? Will you begin to adjust automatically? Assuming that the price of fuel goes up, what will happen to your budget? So we say that once an individual will go to the supermarket or to the market generally to buy one thing or the other, and his or her eyes are fixated on the price, then you are poor. If you enter the supermarket, you know what you want. Instead of putting them in the cart and then you are checking the price. How much? How much is this? How much is that? Okay. The meaning of that is simply that if there is any major economic shock, you have to adjust your budget automatically. And that is why we say that in Nigeria today, 2 classes are there, the rich and the poor. With due respect, so many of us here, I'm not saying that we don't have houses, we don't have cars, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that many of us cannot spend 1 year if there is a shock without adjusting quickly to that. So we have wiped out the middle class. And if that is the case, who are the people who will pay the taxes? That's the major issue here. Who are the people who will pay taxes? Poor people hardly pay taxes. They don't have the capacity to pay taxes. Those on lower income bracket, they lack the capacity to pay taxes. What about the rich? The rich, they pay taxes. They may pay taxes. But the rich has a way of manipulating the tax laws. They have their ways of they have their consultants of manipulating the tax laws. Whether it is for individual tax payment or for corporate tax payment, they have their way. So at the end of the day, you discover that the top people there, those who are very, very rich, escape the tax net. Those who are very poor can also not pay. But our government will always assume that there are people in the middle. If you are earning, for instance, maybe 70,000 naira per month, you can pay tax. If you are earning 100,000, you can pay tax. And we try to ask a question. If somebody earns 70,000 naira in a month, and you are telling that person to pay tax, which kind of tax is that? That's tax on poverty. That's tax on poverty. Because that person is struggling to eat. So what we are therefore saying is that the macroeconomic framework of Nigeria, the macroeconomic reforms in Nigeria, has actually cleared the middle class, wiped them out. And therefore, you don't have many people that can pay taxes. So the question now is, who are the targets of the new tax policy? Who are the targets? You look at a country like India, for instance. India currently has about 400 or 500 million people in the middle class. China has almost 600 people in the middle class. If China has 600 million people, that can be categorized as middle-class citizens. So that means the government can easily raise money and fund projects. But in our own case here, we don't have that kind of number. So we therefore say that, the government has to do a lot. Our tax policies, especially with tax reforms in the past, actually are fragmented. Our tax reforms actually, especially the tax reform of 1993, try to address most of those issues, which the current tax policies is also trying to address. The issue of compliance, the issue of multiple taxation, the issue of multiple agencies for taxation, and so on and so forth. So if we had that, and they were doing their best, so why do we say that we need another tax policy? So we therefore say that, our government, as a matter of fact, face an urgent need to actually raise revenue, and the revenue is at the heart of all the efforts the government is making. Now, let's look at the trend of public revenue and public expenditure, slide 16. If you look at the trend of public revenue and public expenditure in Nigeria, you discover that in year 2000 here, our public revenue was just about 597 million. That's federal retained revenue. By 2005, it was 1.6 billion. By 2010, it was 3 billion, growing gradually. By 2015, it was 3.4 billion. But by 2023, it was already 10.2 trillion. That's our retained revenue at the federal level. But look at the expenditure of the government. 2000, you raise approximately 600 billion, and you spent 701 billion. By 2024, you are raising 19.8 billion, and you are spending 34 billion. Look at the gap. The gap just rose overnight. So fiscal deficit actually became a problem. It's been increasing, and it's increasing exponentially. Now, if you look at slide 20, which deals with our fiscal deficit and public debt, you discover that year 2000, our fiscal deficit was just 104 billion. By 2024, it has risen to 135 billion fiscal deficit. And look at the debt. Our public debt rose from 898 billion to 133. Rose to 133. So the figure is getting very, very high. What does that suggest? That simply suggests that our government is in need of money urgently. Our government is in need of money urgently. So government has to make efforts to raise money and raise it very fast. So that's one way of looking at it. Now, let's also look at issues that have to do with our fiscal policy regimes. Over the years, we have had different regimes of fiscal policy. Different regimes. But the emphasis has always been on growing the economy. Let the economy grow. Let the economy grow. Who bears the consequences of such growth has never been addressed. If at all, it's just on paper. But government ambition has always been economic growth. So economic growth has always been our primary target in Nigeria since 1995. Every budget will actually hold on to it. Interestingly, what the Presidential Fiscal Committee on Fiscal Policy and Taxation did was to indirectly redesign our fiscal policy. Interestingly, with little input from Finance Ministry. And what they have done now is to make revenue generation the primary target. So revenue generation indirectly has pushed economic growth to a second position. So revenue generation is now the primary target of the government, even though in our policy papers, government will still identify economic growth as the primary target. But in practice, what is the primary target now is revenue generation. And as a result of that, we see the overhaul in our fiscal policy regimes, especially with respect to taxation. So basically, we therefore say that the new tax policy is an offshoot of government's desperate effort to raise revenue. It is an offshoot of government's desperate effort to raise revenue. So government, whichever way you look at it, doesn't have the capacity to finance its expenditure obligations, and therefore that money has to be raised. Now we look at the issues of fiscal rules and behavior, which also has a lot to do with what I just explained earlier on. You look at issues that have to do with budget balances. The fiscal rule here actually says that, approximately 40%. That is what is needed, 4%, sorry. In Nigeria, it is well over that, which means that our finances are not doing well. So we are violating the budget balance rule. We are violating that. And we are violating that because we don't have enough revenue. You look at the public debt rule. The public debt rule simply says that, for developed countries, you can talk about 60% of the GDP as the public debt. But for the less developed world, like Nigeria, I would say fine. 40% is okay. But interestingly, for Nigeria, it has always been over 40%. In fact, a few years ago, it touched 52%. That simply means, again, that we're not doing well here. But interestingly, government will always tell us that our economy is large, and therefore we can go ahead and borrow money and use the money so borrowed to finance our budgets. So we are actually violating the rule. Similarly, also, if you look at the expenditure rule, yes, we don't have a clearly stated expenditure rule globally. But generally speaking, in the developed world, it is always around 35 to 43%. In the less developed world, something lower is prescribed. But in the case of Nigeria, is 18%, which we can say is not totally, contradiction of what many other countries in the emerging world actually experience. So on that, Nigeria cannot be blamed as such. Then you look at revenue rules. this is the major issue. You look at revenue rules, most countries of the Western world generate 30 to 40% of their GDP as revenue. In fact, in Africa, some countries like Kenya, South Africa, generate over 22% revenue as a ratio of GDP. But in our country, we are struggling with 7%. 7% of our GDP. In fact, the Taiwo Oyedele's committee, the committee that came up with the new tax policy, has given 18% as a benchmark that Nigeria should be able to generate 18% of GDP as revenue. We are on 7.5, 7.6 at the moment. So how are you going to run to generate 18%? Well, the strategy is what we have in this new tax law. The strategy of raising that revenue is what we have in this new tax law. But Nigeria is not doing well at all. So what I just said here now actually is the background information to what we are doing. Whether it is on fiscal rule, or it is on macroeconomic reform, or it is on whatever premise, Nigeria has not been doing fantastically well as far as the budgetary figures are concerned. And I say budgetary figures because you need revenue to finance expenditure. And the government needs a lot of money to do what it is doing. So it is that thirst, that appetite for money that gave birth to the new tax policy. So what is the new tax policy all about? We said that the new tax policy actually are captured by 4 laws. The first one is slide 34, please. The first one is the Nigeria Tax Act 2025, NTA, not Nigerian Television Authority. The NTA. The second one is Nigeria's Tax Administration Act, NTA 2025. The third one is Nigeria's Revenue Services Establishment Act, 2025 too. And then the last one is the Joint Revenue Board, the Joint Revenue Act 2025. You have 4 different laws. These laws collectively are bound to revolutionize Nigeria tax system with a focus on cross-taxation, increased revenue generation, especially tax revenue, simplification of taxes, and then of course, simplification of tax administration as well, and enhanced compliance rate. So, in other words, the government feels that the previous tax reforms actually didn't do what they were supposed to have done. And therefore, there is a need to actually do better. And you look at what the government has done here. 4 different acts. 4 different acts. At the same time, and all of them took effect this year. The first 2 acts are very, very crucial. The Nigeria Tax Act 2025, the Nigerian Tax Administration 2025. These 2 are very, very important because these are the 2 laws that have a lot to do with the tax rates. They have a lot to do with the tax regimes we have. They have a lot to do with the tax exemptions and tax relief generally, and everything we have to do about taxes. Then the Nigerian Tax Administration Act 2025. That is an act also that has really revolutionized tax administration in such a way that the taxman now has been emboldened to do several things which they were not doing before. So these two acts will operate in such a way that directly or indirectly, they will affect all our lives, one way or the other. The third one, which has to do with revenue, Nigerian Revenue Service Act, okay, Establishment Act 2025. Yeah, that's also okay. What that has done, like we're going to see, is to make sure that some bodies that were busy collecting revenues have nothing to do with revenue again. Let the right people who are supposed to collect revenue collect those revenue. So let's look at the Nigerian Tax Act. I'm just going to take them briefly because I know I don't have the whole time in the world. So the Nigerian Tax Act 2025 consolidates the existing tax laws. Okay, many taxes that were there. Okay, the act brought them together. So it also repealed many taxes, many tax laws. So that's where the issue of cross taxation I mentioned earlier came in. Some laws that actually established some taxes have been repealed, and the implication, those taxes are no longer to be paid by anybody. In some other cases, you see that some taxes have been removed and replaced by other taxes. So government wouldn't want to lose revenue. They want to make money. So even if it means robbing Peter to pay Paul. So they give with right hand, they take with left hand. So some taxes have been removed completely, no doubt. That is what this law did. But the same law has brought in some other taxes. So we also said that it puts legal framework governing taxation in Nigeria into a single framework. So all the taxes now in Nigeria, have come under single framework. So before you find Nigeria, FIRS, for instance, I'm talking of taxes collected at the federal level place. You find FIRS in charge of some revenues. You find customs collecting. You find the immigration collecting. Many agencies, what this law has done now is to remove those powers from those agencies and now give it to one body so that that body will control everything. So there is streamlining of tax agencies and tax collection. The overreaching objective is to streamline, I just used that word, taxes paid by individuals and corporate bodies. Also, to drastically reduce multiple taxation and the cost of collection while increasing revenue generation. Please just get it right. The government will try to do whatever it wants to do, try to appease this person, appease that person, but ultimately, the goal is to do what? Generate more revenue. So that is what the government has done. So we also said that the issues that concern regional disparity in taxes, tax administration, cumbersome in the case of compliance, and compliance procedures have also been addressed. So here we said that law, yes, try as much as possible to do the needful. Now there are several other issues under it. Maybe during question and answer we'll be able to address them, but let me just move a little forward. The Nigerian Tax Administration Act 2025 emphasizes a unified and well-coordinated framework for tax administration in the country. That's what the law does. It builds framework for tax assessment, tax collection, tax enforcement across all the tiers of decision making. So this is where many people have been questioning the government. Who gave you the power to do all this? You're talking of across all the governments, all tiers of decision making. Okay? The local governments are there. They have their powers enshrined in the Constitution. The states have their powers. And you, the federal government, you also have your own powers. So why should there be a federal law covering what the states do and what the local governments do without due consultation? That is where the governors had to protest at a time. Then thereafter, Mr. Oyedele had to try as much as possible to talk to them. How the issue was resolved, I cannot say. But many people are questioning the government authority to do what it did here. It provides a platform for consistency, transparency, and clarity of roles in tax administration in Nigeria. No doubt about that. So what we have in place now will make the job a lot easier for those who are in charge of that tax administration. I'm talking about the taxmen, those who go for collection. It will make a lot of difference. Now, what about the Nigerian Revenue Service Establishment Act 2025? Here, the objective is to provide a legal framework, institutional framework, and then, of course, administrative framework for taxes and revenue accruable, again, to the federal government. Different frameworks for taxes accruable to the federal government. And like I said earlier on, here also, there is an attempt to change some of the laws. This is actually the act that repealed the power of FIRS, okay, and replace it with that of Nigerian Revenue Services. If you have somebody who works with, who was working with Federal Inland Revenue Services, you would have noticed that since January 1st, they now introduce themselves as what? Staff of Nigerian Revenue Services, not FIRS anymore. So nothing like FIRS again. This act repealed it and replaced it. Okay. So it also assumed broader powers than the defunct FIRS. That's true. The powers of the Nigerian Revenue, Nigerian Revenue Services, the power that body enjoys now is by far much more than what FIRS enjoyed. And this is why many people also have been complaining. By virtue of that law now, you discover that we have some provisions that say that the taxman can, or rather the authorities, can arrest somebody, detain that person, even without appeal. So there's an extraordinary power now being granted to start that body. Then finally here, on slide 38, we have the laws establishing the Joint Revenue Board. That's the Joint Revenue Board Act 2025. It is a 35-page document. But even though it is a 35-page document, the content is a lot, it's heavy. Every sentence in that document actually matters. So we say that this act has done something magical. Magical in the sense that it created three bodies. The first body is the Joint Revenue Board itself. Then it also created the Tax Appeal Tribunal. And then, finally, it created the Office of the Tax Ombud. Office of Tax Ombud. So this simply means now that, if you feel aggrieved, there are places you can go and then ask questions and your case may be answered. And we say finally here that the critical objective of this act is to ensure a well-coordinated revenue administration, again, at all levels of governance. So just like the previous act, this one also tries to ensure that everybody, everywhere, all levels of government are involved. So what we have here now is the summary of the key provisions of the new tax act. The new tax acts, all of them put together. This is a summary of some of the key provisions now. The first one here, we look at it within the context of the old tax regime. The first one here is corporate income tax. We have exemptions now. The standard rates used to be 30%. But here now, we have different rates. It is structured now. Not every company now will pay 30%. We have exemptions for companies with a turnover of 50 million naira, not more than 50 million, 50 million or less turnover. And then, of course, we say assets of 250 million, fixed assets of 250, they are exempt now. For these companies in this category are not liable for tax payment. These are mainly micro companies, small enterprises, medium enterprises. So they are now exempted from taxation. Previously, they were paying 30%, like other organizations. But now, they are actually free from tax payment. Capital gains increased to 30% for companies. Individuals tax at progressive rates. For individuals now, it is progressive. Okay, as you go up the ladder, the tax rate increases. But for companies, the flat rate is actually 30%. So what the government has done here now is to make sure that there is discrimination kind of between the corporate bodies and then between the corporate bodies and the individuals. Now the third one here now, which is very crucial, is the laws which established tertiary education fund, and then of course National Agency for Scientific something research, and then NIDA. All the things they were doing under the previous law have actually been repealed. They have been brought under one umbrella, and the rate is the same, 4%. Before, companies were paying different rates, but now all of them together will pay the same rate. So the goal here is to build socioeconomic infrastructure, and therefore government has to simplify the tax payment. Number 4, individual income tax. Individual income tax, we are also going to see later. Now, the rate has been graduated. It has been graduated. So those who earn 800,000 naira per annum don't pay taxes again. But note, please, that 800,000 naira is taxable income. Your income might be per annum might be 1 million, might be 1.2 million, might be 1.4 million. But the government now will make exemptions. There are deductions. Deduction with respect to National Housing Fund, deduction with respect to National Health Insurance, deduction with respect to housing. For housing now, what the government is doing through this law is to provide a waiver up to the tune of 500,000 naira, or 20%, whichever is less. So if your rent is 1 million naira per annum, you have a waiver of 500,000 naira. So if after all those deductions, your taxable income now is 800,000 naira or less, you won't pay any tax. This is where, again, like we're going to see, even though government says, yeah, tax is progressive, you ask yourself a question. You are giving a deduction of 500,000 naira for rent in Lagos, for instance, for today. In many parts of Lagos, you cannot get a one-room self-contained for less than 1 million naira. In some places, it's as high as 1.5, 2 million. I'm not talking of the Lekki axis. Those axis, one room, studio apartment, is going for over 3 million naira, 4 million naira. Meanwhile, the tax relief here is 500 naira, 500,000 naira. Stamp duty, that has also been tampered with. So government has actually tried to modify that. And then, of course, we say that for workers, compensation for employees, those who lost their jobs or those who were injured, yeah, the threshold was 10 million naira. Now it has been raised to 50 million naira. Yeah, appreciable. And then, of course, I forgot to mention VAT. Thank you. We now have exemption for many items, especially those items that affect those who are poor, have been actually exempted from taxation, from value-added taxes. Things like bread, things like hospital items, things like books, most of them, consumption items, food items, many of them have actually been exempted from value-added tax. And now we also have electronic invoicing to make sure that people are caught within the tax net. And interestingly, there is a new provision here that has to do with the minimum tax, ETR, which is 15%. So this is mainly for corporate bodies. Some people were looking for tax havens. Places where the tax rate is high, they run away from there. As we, for instance, the tax rates for corporate bodies in Nigeria is very high, 30%, for instance. They will move away. I'm talking of Nigerian capital. The owners of that capital will not invest in Nigeria because tax rate is high. They'll go and look for other countries where the tax rate is low or is even zero and invest in those countries. The new law here now says that no matter where you invest your capital, the minimum you pay in Nigeria is 15%. So even if your profit there is taxed, but the tax rate there is 14%, we'll look at what you are doing globally and bring you back to Nigeria. In our own books, we notice that your company operates in Nigeria, but you are not paying enough taxes in Nigeria. Maybe total tax you are paying in Nigeria is just about 10%. They'll make sure that you pay additional 20% or at least 15%. It's a global trend. That simply means now that Nigeria is keen into what other countries, there's a group all over the world. So they'll be monitoring the investment of all the companies that operate in Nigeria as well as other countries now. And they'll be looking into their books. So see how they file their returns. Once there is a deficiency in your tax returns, then they'll make sure they pay those taxes. So what we are therefore saying is that this new tax law has actually revolutionized taxes in Nigeria. So in addition to what I have already said, we say also that the law has provided a lot of restriction for tax exemption status of free trade zone entities. Okay, many free trade zone entities now taxes have been imposed. Okay, and also we say that all these things actually have their implications. Implications on economic frontiers expansion, implication on revenue generation, implication on intergovernmental relations, implications on tax reporting, implications on cross-taxation, and so on and so forth. So the implications are many. But the one that favors the less income category mainly is the exemptions in some services such as basic food, medical and pharmaceutical products, educational books and materials, electricity, equipment and services, tuition fees, and then of course all these things have been now exempted from taxation. Now, having looked at the provisions generally, the issue is, how will this new tax law affect resource allocation, movement of resources in the economy? And we say that there is every likelihood that the government now indirectly is advising people to move their investments to micro, small, and medium enterprises. And that is simply so because those sectors of the economy will enjoy huge tax relief. And the essence of that is to ensure that jobs are created, ensure that more goods are produced. And then, of course, we also say that this new tax law also indirectly will now transfer resources from different households, from different individuals, to maybe the government itself and some private sector organizations. If that money is being transferred to the public sector, a big question that is there is whether this money will be managed efficiently. If through tax payment, people transfer their resources they could have used to enhance their own welfare to the government, the question now is, what will the government do with that money? That's a major question. We also say that by granting tax incentives, certainly those sectors and subsectors of the economy that enjoy it will experience a kind of boom. Whether that is done or not is a different thing altogether. And I say so because even for the tax reliefs, you have to follow the due process. They have to issue you a certificate before your company actually enjoys that relief. And interestingly, the Act provides that if you are already in business up to 31st December 2025, you will not enjoy that relief. So it has to be something that takes effect from this year. So for you to enjoy any tax relief given to those sectors, then you should now apply in 2026. They will assess your papers and everything and determine whether you are qualified or not. So the issue here now is bureaucracy, corruption. Are we sure that government now is not transferring power to some people who may misuse it? That's a major issue here. If the relief actually reaches the producers without much difficulty, then we can say, yes, the effect will be felt sooner than later. But when you have a lot of bureaucratic procedures, then there is a problem. So it is also expected to increase revenue, boost capital spending in the key sectors of the economy. And then, of course, we said that the manufacturing sector will benefit from this, technology and innovation will benefit from this, and then, of course, education will also benefit, oil and gas will benefit. There are many organizations there that will benefit. So but at the end of the day, the economy is expected to do better. What about income distribution? How would the poor people benefit? How would the rich people benefit? The government has been saying that those they want to bring into the tax nets are mainly the upper sections of the society. The rich individuals and the rich organizations that are not paying enough tax. We say, if that is the case, why are you taxing somebody who earns 801,000? Somebody who earns 900,000, not per month, per annum. Per month is around 67,000 naira. You said that your target is those who are rich, but you're also taxing somebody who earns 67,000 naira per month. What is the justification? So we say that there is an issue there. However, our government, through the graduated corporate income tax rates, through the compensation to loss of employment, through the individual tax rates modification, through the exemptions that government is likely to redistribute income. I'm choosing my words here carefully. Likely. Because I don't know if inflation rate is rising, and now somebody who earns little is being taxed. How are you going to improve on his welfare? Because primarily, you are giving a relief to somebody who is poor, somebody who is less privileged, so that he can live a better life. But I don't know how that can be achieved. Slide 50 here actually gives us the breakdown of the tax rates. Look at number one there, up to 800 I just mentioned, no tax. But from 801, you're going to pay 15%. So if somebody is earning 100,000 naira, 15,000 belongs to who? To the government. You have no choice. Again, the word I used earlier, tax of poverty. What can somebody who earns 100,000 naira per month do? Assuming that it's a family of 4, a family of 6, recognized by our law, the husband, the wife, and 4 children. And the husband earns 100,000 naira. The wife also earns 100,000 naira. So the family income in a month is how much? 200,000 naira. So on 200,000 naira, they are expected to eat, shelter, clothing, okay, and move around also. And those 4 children, if they are very young, are also expected to go to school. Who will pay their school fees? So what we are saying is that the 800,000 naira for me doesn't seem to be it. And look at those who earn around 3 million to 12 million. They pay 18%. That's huge too. And of course, those who earn 50 million and above, they pay only 25%. So even though the tax rates are discriminatory, in reality, it favors those who are rich. In reality, it favors those who are rich. Because somebody who earns 50 million naira and pays 25% tax is better off than somebody who earns 1 million naira and then, of course, pays 18%. So that's why we say that, yeah, even though the tax rates are different, no, something is wrong somewhere, and the goal of income distribution may not actually be achieved. Now, on macroeconomics variables, the tax policy will not affect inflation. It may lead to economic growth. It may lead to job creation. It may lead to, attraction of foreign investment, and then, of course, reinvestment by local companies. But we are not sure of what is going to happen with respect to debt and borrowing. We are not sure of that yet. So we say that revenue is likely to increase also. But whether the increase in revenue here leads to less borrowing by the government is what we cannot say. I just mentioned earlier that our public debt now is around 153 trillion. That's documented figure by the government. But as we speak, it's almost 200. It's almost 200 trillion. So government is still busy borrowing. What is the politics in this? We said that a reform like this actually cannot go ahead without lobbying. It cannot go ahead without people trying to actually look at where it favors them and where it does not favor them. And therefore, the games have been on, negotiations, and so on and so forth. And already we find some parts of the country saying that they are not going to pay some of the things recommended by this policy. In fact, some of them are stating clearly that they don't even recognize this law, especially with respect to value-added tax, because there is a slight change in the model now. So it will favor those who consume more. Okay, you cannot say that in your state you cannot drink alcohol, and when it comes to sharing revenue from alcohol, you say you want to collect. So that is where the game is changing now. Yes, I'll round up soon. The committee is trying to use consumption. In fact, they recommended that. That's in place again. So consumption has been replaced with equality. And some regions of the country, or rather some zones, are kicking against that. But interestingly, the implementation has already started. We also have issues that have to do with the political process, what I said earlier on. These acts, how do we put them together? Were the necessary agencies consulted? What was the role of the judiciary? Why was the judiciary actually sidelined? What about the Ministry of Finance, Budget and Economic Planning? Why were they sidelined? Okay? Yeah. Many government agencies that ought to have had one thing or the other with this actually were sidelined. What about the issue that has to do with social contract? I'm a taxpayer. I've been paying my taxes. Yet I run everything in my house. My house is like a municipal corporation. I generate my own electricity. I clear my refuse. I pump my own water. I do virtually everything which the local authorities are supposed to do for me. My kids go to school, they pay school fees. I have no access to a better healthcare system. Yet you want me to pay more taxes. So there is violation in the social contract here. Government wants us to pay more. Government is not doing more. Even the companies now that government is saying you have to pay 30% of your corporate income. Many of them run on industrial generators. Many of them spend nothing less than 40 to 50% of their budgets on electricity. And yet you want them to pay 50% or rather 30% of their profits to you. So there is a violation there. Intergovernmental relations, I mentioned that earlier. Governments were not duly consulted. Transparency and implementation issues. On the transparency issues, that is the main thing that has been going on now. The National Assembly passed the laws. The laws were gazetted. Lo and behold, somebody discovered that the law they passed is different from what was gazetted. That controversy has been there. Nobody refuted it. The chairman of the committee came on air. He has said it many times. There were minor issues. He described them as minor issues. Minor issues on laws already passed by a National Assembly. The executive has no power to tinker with it. So people started talking about regazetting. You don't regazette an already gazetted law. The only thing you can do is to repeal the law again. And that is why people are now saying, Mr. President, be careful. There are many controversial issues with these laws. Let us look at them carefully. At the end of the day, if the right thing is done, most likely some of the provisions of the law will, if not the whole law, will be repealed the way it's going. But as at now, the law has already taken effect, and we are doing the needful. Geospatial elements, before I go. On geospatial elements, what we are saying here now is that the tax laws are silent on a unified geospatial element as defined part of the act. No, it's not part of it. But what has actually happened is that technology now will be used to track people wherever they are. Technology now will be used to track properties wherever they are. You can reside in Lagos and you have acres of land in Ibadan or any part of the country. Technology will be used now to, have area, mapping of that property and link that property to you. So if you have properties scattered all over the Federation, the new tax law has actually empowers the taxman to use devices, technology, to track them, and then of course you must grant them access to those properties when they want to check those properties. And if you fail to grant them that right, then you'll be liable. You can actually be fined in the first instance, 10,000, and thereafter it increases up to 1 million naira and goes beyond that, and then the person can even be arrested, prosecuted, and jailed. So if you have your properties, by the new tax laws, the government can actually track them and then do whatever they want to do. So we therefore say that issues that have to do with property valuation and mapping, identification of taxable properties wherever they are, and then of course issues that have to do with compliance and auditing will have to be looked into by the new laws. In conclusion, permit me to say that Nigeria's contemporary fiscal policy regime, as revealed in the new tax policy, has endorsed the rumor in some quarters that Nigeria's fiscal headache revolves mainly around revenue generation rather than expenditure management. That's people what we've been saying. Our problem is revenue. Our problem is revenue. That's the song we've been singing. Nobody's talking about expenditure. If you raise this money, how did you manage it? Did you raise the money to distribute it among certain peoples one way or the other? Directly or indirectly? Through some projects? Okay? how did you utilize this money? That's a major issue. That's a major issue. We are trying to raise this money because we don't have enough. And we have been borrowing. As we speak, permit me to tell you that we spend almost 70%, if not more, of whatever we generate to repay money, debt servicing. To repay. Things are that bad. This does not in any way take away the obvious gains. The tax policies have tremendous gains. Actually, the government stands to gain. We also stand to gain. And we said that, the gains that will make country, make the implementation of the laws very good. Or rather, take away the obvious gains which the country will make from the implementation of the laws. That's right implementation of the laws. One would only wish that the expected quantum rise in revenue will contain the strong tide of fiscal deficit and by extension public debt stock in Nigeria. Well implemented and high level compliance will ensure a resounding benefit. Will ensure resounding benefits that will range from revenue generation, economic growth, income distribution, to increase efficiency, transparency, and accountability. Suffice it to add that the moral basis of governance, we started with governance, and we're ending with governance. The moral basis of governance is justice, equity, and fairness. When this is put within the context of the new tax policy, the question that comes to mind is whether or not the new tax policy is likely to be fair to all stakeholders, the government, the taxpayers, the tax collectors, and the society at large, in terms of revenue generation, tax burden distribution, convenience, and the incentives, and improved in socioeconomic infrastructure. And I will conclude by saying, only time will tell. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is... Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Hey, yeah, Joko. Let's sit down, please. Please, let's sit down. Prof's eye-opening submission on this tax whatever reminds me of this song. Yo ma lẹ́yìn, ọ̀rọ̀ yóò máa lẹ́yìn àjàntí ele. Kó má bàa lẹ́yìn, ẹ̀yin ọ̀jọ̀gbọ́n ẹ bá wa dá sí àjàntí ele. Èdè kwasa èdè orí o. Èdè kwasa èdè orí o. Hey, I talked before. So this tax thing, I picked one or two things from Professor's submission, and that is the rich have their way of dodging, paying tax, and then the owners will not be on the poor, chasing them all about to pay tax. All right, but for me, I would need, I believe you capture them well, because I will need them, seriously, I will need it to play to my people, and I think the Methodist Girls High School students too will need it, delegates will need it, take it to school and play, because there are so many things to revisit in Professor's speech, so many, And the conclusion, can we have it back again? That conclusion, can we have it back?
The conclusion,
yes.
time will tell.
No, before time will tell. Before time will tell. Starting from the government is justice, equity, and fairness. See, if you can go through that.
But finally, is it fair to all? That's what
That is it. That is it. That's what we're talking about. Come back. We will survive it.
It is
We will survive it. In good health and peace of mind. We will triumph.
Amen.
May they come. My boy. I know do they. Nigeria will survive. Amen.
Thank you.
Ogami.
Another round of applause.
Thank you. Just in my mouth.
Speaker,
Thank you so much, sir.
Mr.
And I want to ask you again. You remember the time when they go house, village, go do festive period? Why are you looking at me?
I'm listening to you.
We do yam festival and everything. You remember? I miss you so much. I miss village, yo.
Which village exactly?
Our village.
Okay.
Is it your village?
Thank you so much, sir, for that enlightening lecture. I'm very sure we would have questions. I know we would have enough questions. But before we go to the question and answer session, I would like to properly introduce someone special amongst us and request that he joins the high table. I'd like to call on the special advisor to the Lagos State Governor on survey matters in the person of Surveyor Adekunle Adeshino, FNIS. A round of applause for him, please.
You're here, sir.
You're welcome,
You're most welcome, sir.
The man with the special smile.
Everybody representing.
He always has that smile on his face. You're welcome, sir.
Okay. You know that slang.
I know now.
You know go know. I go know. My boy do that lines.
Your boy?
Yeah, my boy.
Okay. I'll come to your acting career. I'll come to you soon. So, want to introduce or recognize rather the Kukoyi family. They are the reason we are here today. So please, I know a few of them are here. Some of them are with us online. They joined online. So please, I would like to specially recognize the Kukoyi family. Please, let's see you. The Kukoyi family, please. A round of applause for them. They are the reason we are here.
Mama.
Thank you so much for gracing this occasion and for gifting us, an asset like Baba Kukoyi. You're welcome. Please have your seats. Those joining us online, thank you so much for finding time to join us online.
We'll see you.
We appreciate you. We see you.
We'll see you.
All right. At this moment, I want to recognize some women amongst us, very special women. The Surveyors Wives Association of Nigeria. So please, if you're here, let's see the Surveyors Wives Association of Nigeria.
Our wives.
You will sing for us today. I want to hear the beautiful song. Please, let's see you. Are you ready? Or you will sing later?
Our wives.
Later. All right. You're welcome. You're welcome. It's good to have you here.
Behind every successful man.
Yes, there's a woman. And the beautiful thing is, this is the founder, Mama Kukoyi. Please, a round of applause for Mama. She's the founder of the Surveyors Wives Association. Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
You want to? Mama Kukoyi, Mama Afro. Mama Afro.
Let me give this to you. This year,
okay.
Mama turned 94.
94, wow. A round of applause for Mama. It's not easy and she doesn't look it. Still very agile.
Grace.
Still very agile.
Mercy. Blessings.
Good to have you here, Mama.
Mama. So, look at us now. See us now. Come and join our family. Very important. Okay?
Yes.
Okay.
I will.
No, talk louder now. Let them know so you beg
I will.
to join us.
I will.
Good.
All right. Thank you so much. Would like to move to the question and answer section. We'll do this in an orderly fashion. We'll take the numbers of questions we have before our guest lecturer takes the answers to the questions. So please, if you have questions, let's see by a show of hands. Questions?
Okay, 1.
Okay.
2.
3. 4.
Okay, 3. 4, okay.
We have 5. 6. How many questions can we take? We can take like 7. 7 is the perfect number.
Okay.
So one more. No, we've counted you, sir. Okay, yes, 7. Okay.
Okay, we take the mic to them?
Yes, first
Okay, great.
question.
So, well done, sir.
I'm Surveyor Ajiboye Adedapo. And I want to especially thank our guest lecturer. The Lord will bless you.
Amen.
I have just 3 questions in quick succession. In quick successions, please. Now, please, in what way do you think the new tax policy will curb corruption in Nigeria? Is it being fashioned to do that? Number 2 is that, don't you think that the policy will make the docile Nigeria to be active in the management of their resources? We say leave them. But in UK, if £1,000 is spent without improperly, people will rise up. But in Nigeria, we don't used to do that. We normally go to our comfort. So don't you think that it is when we contribute and we know that it's our money that is being spent anyhow that we can rise up and say, you can't do that? That's number 2. In terms of responsibilities of the companies operating outside Nigeria and their domicile here, if the quantum of tax they are paying, for example, in Ghana or Liberia, is the same as Nigeria, 30%, and their parent company is in Nigeria, how will they do? Will they come back again when they repatriate their profits to Nigeria to come and pay the same here? Or what is going to happen? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question number 2, please let's make it brief.
My name is Sofia Yusuf Rasak. The lecturer told us that there are only 2 categories of Nigerians. It either be a poor man or a rich man. And 99% of us are poor people. That is, we are in that category. Yes. And judging from the income distribution, you will agree with me that most Nigerians, every Nigerian want to be proud that he's paying tax. The question of accepting people, I don't think can solve any problem. What I'm trying to say is that if the any working person, if you are receiving amount of money that will be enough for you to solve your problem, I think you'll be very glad to pay the tax than to be accepted. So I want to ask the lecturer, how can we now bring back the middle class?
Thank you very much, sir. We'll take the 3rd question.
I join others in thanking the our erudite lecturer for today. My name is Olushola Atilola. My question is, in other society in advanced countries, you have the federal tax and you have the state tax and consumption tax. Is the new tax law we have in Nigeria abolishing all these levels of taxes and making it a unitary one? 2, how will this tax law affect the professionals? For example, the law says that if your gross income is less than 100 million naira, you will not pay VAT nor CIT, that is company income tax. How will this affect the professionals? And if you remove those people whose income is not up to 100 million, which is generally what is obtained in professional circles and others, how will government realize the taxes? Is government leaving this level of taxpayers to the poor people by removing their taxes from banks and so on and so forth? Thank you very much.
All right, 4. Somewhere there.
Good afternoon, please. My name is Surveyor Joseph Olonjuagbenla. I want to ask 2 questions. Number 1, is taxation a viable way for government to build a nation? Number 1. Number 2, the multiple taxation itself, based on the previous question, will it not affect the first question, is taxation a viable way for government to build a nation? Because looking at is taxation the most viable way for the government to build the nation as it is now? Looking at the situation in the country in the sense that everything has been, the price of everything has gone up and people income has been stagnant. Thank you.
Next question.
Thank you. I would like to commend our guest speaker for doing thorough justice to the topic. I want to ask about the 30%. The 30% to me is on a high side, and I would like to know, is it per annum or monthly, on monthly basis? Then the other question I want to ask is, I sense a multiple taxation system, especially from that of the VAT. Also considering the fact that Nigerians will also be paying VAT on every commodity or on any transaction they made. And lastly, similar to that of what the last questionnaire asked, I want to ask, is taxation the only source of Nigeria revenue as of today? Thank you.
Question 6, please. 6. Sorry. My secretary.
Thank you, distinguished guest speaker. My first comments will be like, sir, maybe you can help us a little bit to explain the difference between taxes that are due to the federal government and taxes that are due to the states. Because I see that people are mixing it up a little. But mine is more of to plead with you to expatiate 2 things, sir. Number 1, on the exemption for companies' income taxes. I've heard 50 million, I've heard 100 million. What exactly is the figure? That is in terms of the companies that are exempted. That's one. Then, okay, then the second one, sir, is, okay, the first one. Okay, I said maybe you should help us, sir, to explain taxes that are due to the federal and then the state. Then, my first is for you to help us to actually clarify on companies that are exempted, that is the small companies now, the turnover figure, is it 50 or 100? I've heard 50, I've heard 100. What exactly is the position of the law? Then secondly, sir, because this is a gathering of surveyors, I know there is an exemption even for small companies. I know professional services are exempted. They are not classified as small companies. And because this is a gathering of surveyors, I want you to help us expatiate on that as well, that surveyors are not exempted, even if your turnover is less than 50 million, because you are offering a professional service. I know that clause is in that tax law. So maybe you can just help us so that we can all be educated. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The last question, question 7. Let's make it brief. Question 7. Okay. Thank you for those brilliant questions. Sir, before you take the answers to those questions, please, we would like to quickly present awards to secondary school students.
Okay.
So for the presentation of awards, would like to call on, okay.
Yeah. Thank you for sitting this long for the program. Actually, one of the essence of this lecture series is the essay competition, because the late Papa actually loved education. And so the essay competition came up to encourage students in secondary and tertiary institutions to study more. And so we are going to awards for these students who performed very well in the last essay competition. And so the MC will continue from here.
Yes, so if we look at the brochure, you would see that, you know, pictures of these students when they were taking exams. You can see them there. They actually sat for these exams. They were invigilated and, you know, they did very well. So we have the top 3 for the secondary school category. So the person who would be presenting the award for the secondary school category is no other but the NIS Deputy President, who is ably representing the NIS President, in the person of Surveyor Kunle Ogumbadewa, FNIS. A round of applause for him, please, as he comes to present the awards to the secondary school students. So we'd like to have the awards, please. So we'll start with the 3rd position. So we'll start with the 3rd position. The student who emerged 3rd position for this secondary school category essay competition is Godson Nwankwo Samuel Somtochukwu from the International School of Lagos, ISL. A round of applause for him. He did wonderfully well. Somto, this way, please. Congratulations, Somto.
Hello. Dear great surveyors on this important occasion. It's a privilege and actually to be here on behalf of the President of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Surveyor PC AC. I actually want to rejoice with you, Godson Nwankwo Samuel Somtochukwu. I rejoice with you and your family for this recognition by the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Lagos State Branch, a certificate of award presented to you of the International School Lagos in recognition of your outstanding academic excellence as the 3rd prize winner of the 21st annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture in the secondary school category. Thank you and God bless you. I congratulate you once again. It will be
part of what can be your past records and that you rely on forever.
A round of applause for Somtochukwu. Congratulations. Please, let's keep it down behind.
Have I given you the envelope? Oh, okay, you can go.
Okay, so for the second position, for the secondary school category, I would like to introduce our second runner-up in the person of Chisom Ozowalu. Sorry to murder that name. Chisom Ozowalu from Methodist Girls High School, Yaba. Congratulations, Chisom.
Similarly, I want to congratulate you because what a man can do, a woman can do it. But I don't know whether you do it better. This is on behalf of Nigerian of Surveyors, Lagos State Branch. I present you this certificate of award, Chisom Ozowalu of Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, in recognition of your outstanding academic excellence as the second prize winner of the 21st annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture in the secondary school category. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Chisom, who is the first runner-up. Yes, Samuel is the second runner-up. So for the first position for the secondary school category, it's my pleasure to present to you Miss Esther Oluwatomisin Olanrewaju from Methodist Girls High School, Yaba. A round of applause for her, please.
I have vision, oh, I believe.
Congratulations.
I know I can count on me, so stand up for the champions, for the champions.
A round of applause for her once again.
Stand up.
For hearing Olanrewaju. And that is the first name of our NIS chairman, Olanrewaju. You are lucky. Is he your father? Yeah, I sincerely congratulate you on behalf of Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Lagos State Branch. Certificate of award presented to Esther Oluwatomisin Olanrewaju of Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, in recognition of our outstanding academic excellence as the first prize winner of the 21st annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture in the secondary school category. Congratulations, Olanrewaju Esther.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Esther.
Thank you so much, sir. Actually, about 7 schools participated in this essay competition. And the ladies Methodist girls took the first and second positions. So now we'll be moving to the tertiary institution.
Okay, for the tertiary category, we'll be inviting our NIS chairman to take the awards for the students who emerged first, second, and third place for that category. Chairman. In the person of Surveyor Adedeji Olanrewaju FNIS. A round of applause for him, please. So I'd like to invite forward the students who emerged third position for the tertiary category in the person of Mr. Abiola Michael from Yabatech. A round of applause for him, please. Mr. Abiola, please come up stage. Abiola Michael. Is he here? Okay, okay, thank you. A round of applause for Mr. Michael, please.
Well, before I made this presentation, I was just asking our guest lecturer here that the winners, we are giving them cash, reward. I hope they will not tax this money. Okay? Okay. Well, on behalf of Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Lagos State Branch, I hereby present this certificate of award to Mr. Abiola Michael of Yaba College of Technology in recognition of his outstanding academic excellence as the third prize winner of the 21st annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture in the tertiary institution category, dated today, 21st day of January 2026. Thank you and God bless you.
Congratulations to our third place winner, Mr. Abiola. Congratulations. So, a round of applause as he goes back, please. Thank you. For the second position, would like to invite forward Mr. Ajayi Olatunde from Yabatech, also from Yabatech. A round of applause for him, please.
Mr. Ajayi Olatunde, this certificate of award is presented to you today in recognition of your outstanding academic excellence as the second prize winner of the 21st annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture in the tertiary institution category, dated this 21st day of January 2026. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations, Mr. Ajayi. All right, a round of applause for him as he goes back, please. Congratulations. So for our first place winner, they say what a man can do, a woman can do better. The person who emerged first position for the Tertiary Institution Category Award is no other than Miss Osakwe Somatina Isioma from the University of Lagos. A round of applause for her, please.
Greatest Akokite.
From the prestigious University of Lagos. Congratulations.
Greatest Akokite.
Great.
Well, I'm going to give you a kind of opportunity to go and take a picture with our emeritus professor. At least, if he didn't teach you, he must have taught someone that taught the person that taught you. So please.
A round of applause for her, please.
Make a family, I go be your defender. TBTB, I fit to give you 10 times.
Well, we have a live example. Oh, okay, don't go. Go back to our guest speaker too. You have the opportunity. Yeah. Go back. And Mama too, please. While you are doing that, we have a live example of that statement here today.
Let's make a family. I go be your defender. TBTB, I fit to give you 10 times. Back and miss it, level till eternity. If we dare down, we can make a family. I go be your defender. TBTB,
Well, like I said, we have a live example of that statement here today. That is, our emeritus professor taught this my own lecturer here. Oh, he said he taught the person that taught him. And he taught me in school. And of course, I'm teaching you. So thank you, Saga. Yeah. Where is the award? Well, you see, to carry this thing, it's so heavy. Okay, you can see that this cash, Oh, that's the border. Okay, that's good. Oh, that's good. Well, you can see that this cash award is so heavy. I think you can tax this one. Please, this certificate of award is presented to Ozakwe Somayina Iziom. Okay, Izioma of the University of Lagos in recognition of our outstanding academic excellence as the first prize winner of the 21st annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture in the tertiary institution category, dated this 21st day of January 2026, signed by me.
Congratulations, your man.
Kanisa litajengwa na si vijana. Kanisa litajengwa na si vijana.
A round of applause for the first place winner. A round of applause for her supportive brother who was there to give moral support. And a round of applause for her wonderful lecturers who were able to make this possible. Congratulations, Isioma. So at this point, we'd like to take the answers to the questions that were earlier asked. Our guest speaker, sir. So now you can take the questions. Thank you.
Kanisa litajengwa na wa imani. Hiyo ho, hiyo ho, hiyo ho, hiyo ho. Kanisa litajengwa na wa imani. Kanisa litajengwa na wa imani. Hiyo ho, hiyo ho, hiyo ho, hiyo ho.
Yeah, a good number of questions. Let me start with the first one. With the new tax laws curb corruption, will it not make the people docile? Let me quickly say that the laws actually have many provisions to check corruption. The provisions are there. If they are well implemented, yes, they will actually curb corruption. But before this law, you will agree with me that we have our penal code and then, of course, several other laws that are supposed to discourage us from indulging in corruption. Notwithstanding, corruption has actually been thriving in our society. So, yes, it can curb corruption, but we need to make sure that we do the right thing. On the second question that has to do with the minimum tax, I'm sure you're the person who asked it. If a company is operating in Ghana, for instance, and in Ghana, the corporate income tax rate is 30%, and that company is also operating in Nigeria, and the person is already paying a tax that is required. It's not avoiding, it's not evading. So naturally, the laws will take effect, and there'll be no punitive action against that person. However, if that corporation did not comply with the provisions, then certainly the law will have to be invoked. But let me also tell you that, because we are talking about the issue of getting the information. Yeah, there is a group, there is a club. Nigeria happens to be one of the newest members of that group, where information is shared about organizations, the multinationals, the transnationals. Okay, information that have to do with the operations are clearly captured by every tax authority in these countries. So they will share information, and on the basis of information sharing, they will certainly do the needful. So for those kind of organizations, getting out of the tax net will not be as easy as it used to be, because there is global information sharing. Now that Nigeria has joined them, then certainly Nigeria will be able to do what it's supposed to do. It's like Interpol. If you are one of the countries within the Interpol network, you commit a crime in Nigeria and you run to Ghana, they will arrest you there. Once they're able to track you there, they will arrest you. So it may take a long time for that individual to be tracked, but ultimately they'll get hold of him. So if the company is running from one place to the other, after some time, certainly that organization will be tracked. The second question, how can we bring back the middle class? Wow. This is a very big question. How can we bring back the middle class? One of the ways of bringing back the middle class is by designing the right economic policy and implementing it properly. Being in the middle means that you are earning enough income to take care of yourself, take care of your family, and then provide for the future also. So fundamentally, you are talking of the capacity of an individual or group of individuals working and earning, being able to sustain themselves today and provide it also against tomorrow. So in other words, what you are saying is that there is a need to grow the economy. The economy has to grow. The economy has to develop. The economy has to come up with opportunities that will actually help people to earn more income. I give you an example here, China. As we speak in China, not more than 5 minutes, every 5 minutes, somebody becomes a millionaire. Every 5 minutes. China produces a millionaire every 5 minutes. In many other economies that are within the same range, it's not more than 15, 20 minutes that a new millionaire is producing. And that is simply so because the economic frontiers actually have been widened. You look at, for instance, a place like China, a place like Japan, a place like even India. In India, they have what they call cottage industries. So many people have joined the middle class, and many people who are already in the middle have actually been strengthened through economic policies. Many companies in these countries operate from a room. The micro companies, what we now call in the language of industrial economic, mosaic industries. For a mosaic industry, you don't need a complex place, a complex structure. And they are helping to push people up. Our government is trying to do that. And one of the ways of doing that is exemptions they are giving to the small companies. The companies here that actually make up to 50 million. It is 50 million, not 100 million. So 50 million. So if your turnover is 50 million or less, government will encourage you so that you can invest more. That profit that you should have paid to the government as tax, reinvest it. If you reinvest it, you'll be able to create capacity, you'll be able to employ more people, you'll be able to earn income, you will earn more as an individual, and those who work with you will also actually earn more. So by coming up with good policy package, certainly middle class can actually be brought back. So hope is not lost, because even as we speak, if you look at, it appears difficult because Nigeria, I don't think we are officially, we are around 200 million. Okay, some people put 220, some say 230. Yeah, that range. China is approximately 1.4 billion now, slightly more. That's what I say, around, approximately. India is also approximately the same figure. India is trying to overtake China. So, but you know the interesting thing? Neither of these two countries is actually home to the highest number of poor people in absolute sense. Multidimensional poverty. Not China, with 1.4 billion population. You don't have the highest number of poor people in a multidimensional sense. India also doesn't have that. But Nigeria, that is not even up to 250 million, has the highest number of poor people in the world. Multidimensional poverty. We have that is why Nigeria now in literature is being referred to as the poverty capital of the world. That's what we are now at the moment. So India was in that position years ago. China was in that position years ago. So if we begin to do the right thing, who says that we won't come out of it? We will. Certainly we will. Somebody asked a question, will the tax laws abolish the state taxes? I think maybe you asked that question. Yeah, yes, you did. No, that will not happen. The state taxes are still there. The state taxes are still there. And the state taxes are actually being governed by the state laws. What has happened, in fact, that was one of the major issues which the committee faced. The federal government at a time, through the committee, wanted to usurp the taxing powers of the states. They wanted to do that. So several issues were raised. You cannot do that unless you have gotten your constitutional amendment. You have to go through constitutional amendment. You have to go through the National Assembly and the state assemblies. So long as that has not happened, so there is no way they can do that. And that is why we say that even with what we have now, with the Joint Tax Board, and then of course the Revenue Services Establishment Board, there is a high possibility that there will be litigations because the federal government has actually encroached on their own list. And the people are already contemplating to challenge them. So, but one thing that has happened because of the kind of policies we are playing in Nigeria now is that many governors, permit me to say this, many governors that ought to have stood up and challenged the president or challenged the laws now belong to the same party. They now belong to the same party. So it has become very difficult for them to stand and say, look at this, look at that. Similar thing also happened with the National Assembly. You may agree with me that these laws did not undergo a rigorous process in terms of, arguments, debate, and the rest of them. So the question remains, but as it is now, it has not been crushed on. How will the new tax law affect the professionals? Yeah, there are different dimensions to this. Yeah, professionals, if you earn your fee, you're supposed to pay withholding tax. Okay? Even as I speak here today, whatever I'm going to get as a honorarium is supposed to be subjected to withholding tax. Okay. So that has not changed. That still applies. Professionals who practice as individuals and you maintain your records depending on how you actually operate. If you operate as a partnership organization, the tax laws applicable to a partnership organization will apply to you. If you operate as sole proprietorship, then the laws that apply to an individual with respect to taxation will also apply to you because they will separate you from your business. And then, of course, if you operate as a micro, mini, or medium enterprise, you will fall within the exception threshold already provided. However, for organizations like NIS, Nigerian Institution for Surveyors, you do your job. You pay the national body. And then the national body makes deduction with respect to what you're supposed to pay, your obligations to that association, subscription, and the rest of them, and then sends what is supposed to send to you. In an arrangement like this, what the new law provides is that that national body is supposed now to deduct applicable tax from that money before it comes back to you, so long as it has not been paid before that time. If, however, before that money was remitted to the national body, a tax had already been paid on it, then the individuals concerned now will have to apply for a refund. And that refund will be made. And that refund will be made after that person would have paid again at the national level. In other words, you pay here, and the national also pays on your behalf. So at that point now, there is double taxation. Tax on the same income. So you will apply for a refund, and the tax authorities will adequately give that back to you. Taxation cannot be the only viable source of income in Nigeria. And of course, it has been petroleum tax mainly, which is oil revenue. That's also tax. All over the world, tax payment is obligatory. It's part of a citizen's obligation. So whether it is viable or not, you have to pay taxes. And whether government is giving you services or not, you have to pay taxes. And that is why we say that taxes are not paid specifically for services provided by the government. Services are not paid, taxes are not paid because of the services rendered. Specifically, every citizen is supposed to pay a tax. Corporate income tax, is it per annum or per month? It is per annum. What I mentioned here, the figures I mentioned here, okay? But when you are paying, you pay for those who are employed, especially civil servants. The deductions will have to be made even before you get your salary. So, but you pay per month. Cumulatively, it is per annum that the law has provided. VAT. Somebody asked a question about the value-added tax. I can't get it exactly here. But what we know is that VAT is no longer applicable to many goods consumed by the masses. They've been exempt from that. But apart from that, organizations still pay taxes. And when we are taking services, especially financial services, VAT actually applies. And that is why when the law said that they are removing multiple taxation, we discovered that they are also there. Because if you send money on somebody, a stamp duty will be collected, and then the bank charges will be collected, and you will also pay your VAT on the same thing. So that's multiple taxation. Federal versus state taxes. The Constitution made it clear. If you look at things like corporate taxes, petroleum profit taxes, income taxes of residents of Federal Capital Territory, and then income taxes of employees of armed forces, residents of Federal Capital Territory, and then, of course, employees of external affairs. They are all federal taxes. Personal income tax, when it comes to the law, it belongs to the federal government. But when it comes to the collection and retention administration, that belongs to the states. So when it comes to local taxes, you have things like property tax. Unknown to many people, property tax does not belong to the states. Property tax belongs to the local governments. But what we have noticed in Nigeria is that the governors now have actually usurped the power of local governments, and they are collecting property taxes on their behalf, which is totally against the law. The figure there is for 50 million and not 100 million, like I already said. And then somebody said, does the alteration of the law take away hope from the policies? Alteration of the law may not take away the hope we have, actually, of the laws. However, some alterations actually take away our own fundamental rights as citizens. Take, for instance, the section now that has been inserted. I'm sorry, maybe this should be out of, well, the section that has to do with the arrest of somebody because of non-tax payment. You arrest the person, you seize his properties without even giving him the right to appeal. That actually infringes on our fundamental rights. Without prior information, you just, take everything that belongs to the person because the person violated one tax or the other. That's not right. However, the tax law now provided the office of the ombudsman. I said, okay, if your rights have actually been infringed on, you are free to go and plead for mercy. I mean, you should, in the first place, have enjoyed your right as a citizen. But the truth of the matter is that, yes, there is so much hope that we can get from the laws. But some alterations shouldn't have occurred in the first place, especially considering the fact that it is criminal. National Assembly has the entire legislative power. It's above the president when it comes to that, lawmaking.
National Assembly cannot make a law and then somebody takes it, utters it, and then gazettes it. I mean, that's the height of it. In fact, those people by now should have been arrested, identified and arrested. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our guest speaker, Professor Chii Nwaogwugwu. You can agree with me that when a professor picks the mic, he has to do justice to the topic.
That's how we work.
He just has to do justice.
That's how we work. That's how we roll.
Okay.
Yes.
Professor
Yomi Fashlanso.
Yomi
That's how we roll. That's how we
Fashlanso.
work. Yes.
Another round of applause to our guest speaker, please. Thank you very much, sir. So at this time, we would like to take the NIS president's remark. And the person to do that is no other person but the deputy president who is ably representing the president in our midst, Surveyor Kunle Ogumbadewa FNIS. A round of applause for him, please.
Okay, our guys coming
As
already.
he takes the NIS president's address.
I don't know which one to take. Thank you very much. Dear distinguished surveyors, kindly permit me to, the chairman of NIS, I want to appreciate you because this is your first professional outing, at least, which we have organized and which I believe you will continue to improve on it. God will guide you accordingly. Amen. I cannot do without appreciating our distinguished past presidents present here today. I observed that out of 12 living past presidents of Nigerian institutional surveyors, we have 5 from Lagos State. 5 from Lagos State and headed by our emeritus professors, Prof. Surveyor Francis Afolabi, Fajemilokun, FNIS, PPNIS, OON. The 6th. We have 6. Oh, sorry. My present statement supersedes the former one, and is dated today when we are having the Kukoyi Memorial Lecture. Thank you very much. 6 out of 12. A round of applause for them. I think that is very, very encouraging. And I believe that God Almighty will continue to grant you good health and sound mind. We would still like to tap a lot from your wealth of experience and wisdom. On behalf of the President of NIS, Surveyor Chief Pius Eze, FNIS, I'm here to sincerely rejoice with the family of the of the Kukoyi Memorial. The late Kukoyi, Adekunle Kukoyi, is sick that has played an important role in the history of Nigerian institutional surveyors and surveying as a profession. Why do we gather year after year to honor Surveyor Adekunle Kukoyi of blessed memory? Surveyor Adekunle Kukoyi's life and legacy are foundation to the history and evolution of the surveying profession in Nigeria. As we must have heard when his CV was his profile was presented, he has served a lot, and I'm happy that he has left a very good legacy, not only in the surveying profession, but even in the APBN. His soul continues to rest in perfect peace. Amen. I want to appreciate the organizers of this program for the planning and strategies being laid down. I will not do without appreciating our guest lecturer, Professor Nwaogwugwu. Thank you very much. You must have left. Okay. Today, I think we are better equipped on the issue of tax, the new tax, federal government tax policy. Though there is no policy that is 100% okay. But I believe that by the start we put it into operation, we definitely will come across some teething problems, which I believe as things go on, we will be trying to make it perfect. However, we should try as much as possible as professionals so that there will be no multiple taxation, because it is cumbersome, a process in the times of assessment and collection. I don't know why some of our younger ones are not used to the system of waiting to the end of the program. And I've discussed that with the chairman of the NIS, and probably if additional 5 pillar numbers are being granted to be allocated to practitioners, I know that this hall will not contain all of us. So we have to look at that very well. Once again, I want to thank you on behalf of the president of NIS. I thank all of you. Thank you for listening, and God bless you all.
Am I worried? It is shaju, but it's all right. It's all right.
Thank you very much for that wonderful address, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Like you said, we are grateful to those who have stayed patiently from the beginning to this moment, and we are rounding up soon. At this time, we would like to take a presentation of awards. The first category of awards would be going to the guest lecturer. Okay, he steps out. So we'll move over to the second category, which will be presented by Surveyor Reverend Bosun Ayinde, FNIS, PPNIS. Surveyor Bosun Ayinde, who is going to be presenting an award to our guest MC.
Huh?
Yes. Professor. Checking out Professor C. Professor Yemi Fash-Lanso. Please, a round of applause for him, please. Popularly known as Yemi Fash.
No, see Yemi Fash-Lanso wrong. Because see Yemi Fash, you might put on it. Yemi Fash-Lanso, don't you?
Yemi Fash-Lanso.
You might put on it. Oh, this is. Okay.
It's a pleasure to have you here.
One no.
And this award is for you. A round of applause for him, please.
One no.
What does Fash-Lanso mean? Because each time I watch your film, I understand. Fash must be maybe Fashola or something, even though there's an H there, which is not really proper
supposed to be, yes.
Yoruba. But now that I have the opportunity of having you right in front of me, what does Fash-Lanso mean?
Clear the box.
Sorry?
Clear the box.
Well, kí ló dé tí mo ṣe box ẹbí Yorùbá ni ẹ́? Sọ Yorùbá fún mi kí n gbọ́.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni sá. Eléyìí gbé mi mọ́ kọ́nà báyìí. Ẹ ra mi mú.
Gidigidi.
Ẹ kó mi papá mọ́ra. Ẹ fagbádá yí mi.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Okay, gẹ́gẹ́ bí ìbéèrè yín sá. Olúwayọ̀mí.
Yes, that's good.
Fashola. Tí o sì H nínú ẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní H nínú alphabet wọn. Torí pé iṣu tá à ń ṣe lákọ̀ọ́fì yóò ká fún fáì. Orúkọ Fashola yẹn, orúkọ agboolé màmá mi nìyẹn. Ti Lanso yẹn, àwọn sọ kínní, àwọn bí màá gbé mi tẹ̀lé kọ́ tí ì gbé. Mo fẹ́ kó ṣe máa dàbí rédíò fún wọn, kọ́ máa yí, ká tó wá tu.
Pàápàá jùlọ fún assistant yìí bí kó MCA ti.
Iṣẹ́ ló ṣe.
Ó ṣiṣẹ́ gidigidi ló ṣe. So bá mi láyé torí Yorùbá ni kó lè yé dáradára.
Ṣẹ gbọ́, ẹ jẹ́ kó mọ yín lára, ẹ jẹ́ kó yanrantí, ẹ ti yé yín. sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
It's a tradition in this institution that when we have guest speakers or any guest whatsoever of the institution, we show our appreciation. And this plaque, let me deal with this first so that it doesn't drop. On behalf of my chairman and members of the Lagos State branch of the institution, it's my pleasure to present it to you for honoring our invitation. And I will encourage you to display this in your office where it will be seen. Well, that's personal. That you put this in your office as a guest of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Lagos State branch, award of appreciation presented to Mr. Yomi Fashlanso as Celebrity Master of Ceremony at the 21st Annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture 2026. Congratulations.
A round of applause for him, please.
Congratulations. And I must say that I'm a fan of your films.
Ṣé mo sọ fún ẹ? Àní àwa láwọn bàbá. Mo ní bàbá kan, bàbá ara tó mọ ìyá ọmọ. Ṣé wọ́n ṣe máa jó mbẹ̀ wọ́n ti fẹ́ ṣe báyìí? Ká ní mo fìlù sísìn wá wá rí ijó lẹ́sẹ̀ wọn. Ẹjọ́ ṣé mo lè ṣe? Wọ́n ní kí n má jí ṣe.
Wọ́n ní ẹ máa san tax.
Láíláí. Eléyìí. Sá ẹ ṣe jèrè eléyìí. So let me tell Daddy one thing, because one big question can me too are critical and very important. So my call my bùn yín gbọ́ kó jẹ́ láàrin èmi àti ló máa wà. Mo gbé sí wọn létí kò jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ torí àwọn náà béèrè náà àwọn náà béèrè kí lẹ̀ sọ. Irọ́. He who asks the question must receive the answer. Well, Shani on behalf.
But he asked the question in public. You're supposed to give the
answer
answer in public.
In public.
Okay.
Thank you.
Eshegon. It's good to have you with us once again.
Good to speak with you too. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
At this time, we're going to be taking. Okay.
Oh, Oga is here.
Oga is here. So, we want to present an award to our guest lecturer, and this is going to be done by Surveyor Professor Venerable Francis Fajemirokun, FNIS, PPNIS, OON, alongside with the Deputy President, Surveyor Kunle Ogumbadewa, FNIS. Please, can you come forward to the stage? So we'll be giving an award to our guest speaker.
Who will be presenting?
Yes.
Who did the presentation? Baba.
Yes, Baba. So they specially requested that Baba and the Deputy President should take a picture with our guest lecturer. So please. Okay, the chairman.
The chairman too should step forward.
Umnyango sobona nawe lady ngawe indlela idlala ikhona noma ungenze njani umnyango sobona yonke indimi ngawe yekelana umona ukuze senze kahle umnyango sobona nawe lady ngawe indlela idlala ikhona noma ungenze njani umnyango sobona yonke indimi ngawe umukele
Mr. Chairman,
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to present on your behalf, on behalf of the NIS Lagos branch, this plaque of appreciation to our distinguished lecturer for today by the name Professor Isaac Nwaogwugwu. We appreciate your coming. We thank you very much. We ask that the Lord will continue to bless you and bless your work. Thank you very much. This is a word of appreciation presented to Professor Isaac Nwaogwugwu as guest lecturer at the 21st Annual Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture, signed by the one and only chairman, otherwise known today as the Tear Rubber Chairman. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Similarly, I want to present this to you on behalf of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors. There is a sharp dichotomy between Lagos branch. There is a sharp dichotomy between lecture and teaching. We have actually come here to teach us today, and we are better equipped. Once again, I present you this on behalf of NIS Lagos State branch. It is tax-free.
It's tax-free?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it, sir. Thank you, sir. And the chair who made it possible. I appreciate it, sir.
A round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much. At this time, would like to take remarks from the late Surveyor Adekunle Kukoyi's family, which will be taken by Architect Aderemi Adesina. Please, a round of applause for him, sir. We'll be inviting forward Architect Aderemi Adesina to give a brief remark for the late Adekunle Kukoyi family.
Thank you. The chairman, NIS Lagos, kindly allow me to stand on all established protocol. I would like to thank the NIS for keeping this alive over all these years since Papa passed away. Our sincere gratitude. But like we're gradually passing things down to late Papa Kukoyi's grandchildren, I would like to invite one of his grandchildren, Mrs. Eite Eric Nwabuzo, to give the vote of thanks on our behalf. Eite.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, the high table. I would like to acknowledge also everyone in this room who has made time to come here today to celebrate the legacy of my grandfather, Surveyor Oludotun Adekunle Kukoyi. Please permit me to read briefly. Distinguished guests, respected elders, fellows, and members of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Kukoyi family, I stand before you today with a heart full of gratitude to say thank you. We are deeply honored and profoundly grateful to the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors for the consistency, commitment, and excellence with which you have sustained this annual memorial lecture over the past 21 years, that this institution has continued to remember, celebrate, and draw inspiration from the life and legacy of our patriarch, great-grandfather, grandfather, father, Surveyor Adekunle Kukoyi, is something that our entire family does not take for granted. To the leadership of the Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, past and present, we thank you for your vision, for your stewardship, and your dedication to professional excellence. By preserving this lecture series, you have ensured that the values he stood for, integrity, discipline, professionalism, service, and mentorship, remain alive and relevant to both present and future generations of surveyors. We're especially grateful to today's distinguished professor and lecturer for the depth of insights shared and for enriching this memorial with an intellectual substance and practical relevance. Thank you for honoring our grandfather. Thank you for honoring not just his name, but in thought, scholarship, and purpose. To all of the fellows, members, partners, sponsors, and participants who have supported this series over the years, we say thank you. Your presence today reaffirms the strength of this institution and the enduring power of legacy. It is reassuring to know that the seeds sown decades ago continue to bear fruit in the lives of professionals across the country. As a family, we are humbled that our patriarch's life of service continues to inspire dialogue, learning, and professional growth within the Nigerian institution and globally. We remain grateful for this honor, and we are thankful that his memory lives on through this initiative. May this institution continue to grow in impact, in relevance, and in strength in the decades to come. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you very much for that address. It's always lovely to have you and the entire family of Adekunle Kukoyi with us. A round of applause for her again, please. Thank you. So at this time, we'll be taking the announcement from Surveyor Fatoki. I don't know if he's close by. Surveyor Fatoki will be giving us the announcement. Okay, he's here. That's our secretary. Secretary himself. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you.
Standing on the well-established protocols, the announcement we have is not much. We'll be having the February general meeting on the 4th of February, 2026, and the cocktail with fellow will be coming up after the Ramadan and the Easter. We'll keep you informed of the dates, but we want us to observe the 2 festive periods before we have the cocktail with fellows. Thank you.
Thank you for that brief announcement. We'll be taking our vote of thanks now, but we'll do that simultaneously with our pictures. So the family of Adekunle Kukoyi would step forward with our past presidents and then well-wishers. Please, we would like to take pictures with you on the high table while we do the vote of thanks. And Surveyor Prince Abiodun Adegoke, FNIS, will take the vote of thanks. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. Yeah. Pictures, please.
The chairman, Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Lagos State Branch.
Okay, we'll take the photographs first before we take the vote of thanks. So the past presidents, please, and the family of late Adekunle Kukoyi.
Kanisa litajengwa na waimbaji, kanisa litajengwa na waimbaji. Hiyo oh oh, hiyo oh oh, hiyo oh oh, hiyo. Kanisa litajengwa na waimbaji, kanisa litajengwa na waimbaji. Hiyo oh oh, hiyo oh oh, hiyo oh oh, hiyo. Kanisa litajengwa na si vijana, kanisa litajengwa na si vijana. Hiyo ho ho, hiyo ho ho, hiyo ho ho, hiyo ho ho, hiyo. Kanisa litajengwa na si vijana, kanisa litajengwa na si vijana. Hiyo oh oh, hiyo oh oh, hiyo oh oh, hiyo oh oh, hiyo. Kanisa litajengwa na waimani, kanisa litajengwa na waimani. Hiyo oh oh, hiyo oh oh, hiyo oh oh, hiyo oh oh. Kanisa litajengwa na waimani, kanisa litajengwa na waimani. Hiyo oh oh, hiyo oh oh, hiyo oh oh, hiyo oh oh. Sifa kwa Bwana, amen. Sifa kwa Bwana, amen. Sifa kwa Yesu, amen. Sifa kwa Baba, amen.
DJ. The chairman, Nigerian Institution of Surveyors, Lagos State Branch, and the executives, past presidents, past chairmen of our branch, fellows and members, Adekunle Kukoyi family, our guest lecturer, Surveyors Wife Association of Nigeria, ladies and gentlemen. My job here is very simple. But before I go on with the job, I want to actually bring this to us, that one of our series, in the lecture series, we have former Vice President, Professor Yemi Oshibajo, SEN, talking about late Surveyor Adekunle Kukoyi. He said when he started his law practice, Surveyor Adekunle Kukoyi provided accommodation space for the office at the Theodolite House along Ikorodu Road. That is where he started his law firm. Also, last year, Professor Pat Utomi, talking about his first touch with a surveyor, he said he met Surveyor Adekunle Kukoyi when leaders were thinking of integrity, good governance, and late Surveyor Adekunle Kukoyi actually was one of those that pledged that he will not give bribe and he will not take bribe. This spoke about the man that we are celebrating today. So on this note, I appreciate everyone that took time to be physically or those online to be part of this year's lecture. And I pray that God shall keep our lives so that the next edition will be part of it as well. I want to specially appreciate all our sponsors. The committee appreciates you all for your support always in making this lecture series a reality. There is also appreciation for them. There is a plaque that has been prepared which will be presented at the February monthly meeting because of our time. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. God bless you. Safe trip back home in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you so much, our chairman, the chairman of the planning committee. Thank you for the fantastic work done so far. So we are wrapping up the program, and we'll be taking our closing prayer. But before that, I'd like to inform us that our guest MC sent his regards. He had to leave a few minutes ago. So a round of applause for him in his absence, please. It was nice having him here. I was going to say something to him. Anywhere you see him, call him Skin Yellow Monday. I saw that in a movie. I was going to say that to him before he left. So it's a pleasure and an honor to host you at the 21st Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture. At this point, we'd like to take our closing prayer, and we'll take that from the second stanza of the national anthem. After we've taken, okay, we can't take a national anthem. Please, DJ. Yes, national anthem, then second stanza. Please, decorum in the house. Want to take our national anthem? DJ, what's happening? Closing prayer, we are going to be taking the third stanza of the national anthem. We read, O God of creation, guide these our one requests. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Amen. Thank you so much, everyone, once again. It's a pleasure to host this event, and I wish you safe journey to your respective destination, and I hope to see you again next year at the 22nd Adekunle Kukoyi Memorial Lecture. Thank you and God bless. DJ, please give us some music.
Kanisa litajengwa na si vijana, kanisa litajengwa na si vijana, hiyo kanisa litajengwa na si vijana, kanisa litajengwa na si vijana. Hiyo ho ho, hiyo ho ho, hiyo ho ho, hiyo ho ho, hiyo. Litajengwa na wa imani, kanisa litajengwa na wa imani. Hiyo ho ho, hiyo ho ho, hiyo ho ho, hiyo ho ho. Kanisa litajengwa na wa imani, kanisa litajengwa na wa imani. Hiyo ho ho.